Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Did Unlawful Quirk Trading? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The evening sun blanketed Musatafa in warm light, casting its rays over the bustling city. The honking and screeching of cars echoed for miles as citizens made their way home. Shrouded by the fading light, a boy in a semi-formal vest and dress breathes sat perched on a brick fence, overlooking a large shipping warehouse. Rust coated the outside walls, showing signs of wear, but faint light seeped through the large metal doors, which were firmly closed yet allowed a small crack to leak illumination. I brought my hand, covered by thin leather gloves, to my shirt collar and adjusted my blood-red tie. Looking over my shoulder, I saw the sun dipping below the horizon. Perfect. Just a bit longer, and I should be good to go in. Maybe I should inform them beforehand? I lifted my arm to my face and fiddled with the black watch on my wrist. Navigating through the menus, I eventually reached a list of contacts. Pressing one labeled Handsy, I brought the watch to my mouth and waited for a response. "What is it, brat?" a scratchy voice called from the speaker. "I just wanted to let you know that I'm in position. Anything else you need while I'm here, Handsy?" I joked. A low growl came from the other end and I chuckled. "Why can't we just take him out, Kurogyri?" The raspy voice whined from what I assumed was a bar. A deeper, calmer voice sighed. "Because we need him to intercept the package. We can't do it ourselves as someone can't keep their act together." There was a slight pause. Plus, he can get in and out quietly. No unnecessary confrontation with the heroes, which is a definite plus. I'm flattered, Kuro," I remarked. "But seriously, do you only want this package? They have weapons stored there as well, not to mention all the other items I could acquire from the busted deal downtown. We could get rich, you know." He does have a point, Shigaraki," Tamura said. "It wouldn't hurt to have some extra cash in case we need it. Plus, extra firearms could be beneficial." "Yes, that would do. Are you sure you can get it all though, kid? Even with your quirks, what makes you think you could manage it?" Shigaraki asked. "Don't worry about me, guys. Just get some extra space ready in the storage room. Oh, and talk to Shigeru about setting up a deal." I shifted on the brick wall. "Fine. And you better not mess this up, brat. Too much is riding on this," Shigaraki reminded in a harsh tone. "I'll see you in an hour or so." I chuckled, feeling a devilish grin curl on my face. Another sigh followed, and then silence. "Well, that was fun," I laughed. "Now, let's get this over with." I noticed an envoy of armored vehicles pull onto the adjacent road, driving what appeared to be important cargo through the large front gate. My, what do we have here?" I laughed again, unable to contain my amusement. Who knows? Maybe I was crazy, or perhaps I just relished how paranoid they were about this particular package being stolen. Oh, if only they knew. Two men, one with a fairly large tail, the other with green skin, hopped out of the vehicles. They scanned the area briefly before calling it clear, which made me chuckle again. "Well, I suppose I should go now," I said. Eyeing the roof of the warehouse, I was enveloped in a purple mist and felt myself slide down into what felt like air. A moment later, my feet touched down on something hard. I looked down and saw the warehouse I had just been observing. "Man, that quirk is cool. I'll have to thank Kuro and the doc later," I thought aloud, shuffling quietly to the front. My steps became quieter, and though my footsteps on the loose metal should have caused noise, they did not. Peeking over the roof, I didn't see any targets in the immediate area. Taking a sigh of relief, I scanned the front entrance for anything I could use. The truck was a definite no, assuming I didn't want to make a scene. They probably secured the box already, so I doubted it would be there. However, thoroughness is part of the job description. I eyed the truck and was engulfed in purple mist again, finding myself right in front of it. I carefully slid the door open. Well, lo and behold, it pays to be thorough. Sitting in the seat was a small, white metal crate labeled QRS. That was certainly easier than I expected. Now, all I needed to do was secure this in a safe space and go in for the weapons and other items. I grabbed the crate, looked back at the warehouse, and in an instant, I was back where I had been moments prior. I leapt down onto the concrete below, out of view of the warehouse. I brought up my watch again and pressed the call button. "What?" the raspy voice asked. "I got the package. Sending coordinates for Kuro's pickup," I said, smiling. "Already? Dim kid, you never cease to impress." "I'll come get it now," Kurogyari said in the background. "And the weapons?" Shigaraki asked. "After I'm sure you have the package, I'll go back for seconds," I assured. "I just wanted to make sure I completed the mission before having some fun." "Well, right. I'll be there in a few," Kurogyari replied. I grinned. "K." I hung up the phone and pressed a button on the side, causing a small beep. In a few seconds, a figure made of purple mist appeared. 2 yellow slits glowed from inside the mist, which was contained by a large metal brace. The man wore a simple black vest, black breathes, and a new pair of black gloves that helped him manage the mist. "Hey," he said in a deep voice as he walked next to me, leaning on the brick wall. "Hey, here's the box." There was only one, like the file said, but at least you have some of whatever is inside here, I said, lifting the package towards him. He grasped it in his gloves and took it from me. "Thanks for this. You'll get your pay once you come back, and then 20% of whatever stuff you grab once you go back." His words made my heart skip a beat. 20%? I never get that much. "Ooh, getting generous now, are we?" I teased, though I was genuinely curious. Apparently, that showed through because he let out a laugh. "Don't get used to it, kid. Think of it as a reward for breaking your record today." He nudged my arm, and we exchanged grins. Despite Shigaraki's constant disapproval, Kurogyari and I had grown quite close, sort of like a father-son type thing, if fathers paid their sons to carry out questionable tasks. "How are things?" Kurogyari asked, pulling on the rim of his gloves. "As good as you can get doing my work." I trailed off. He gave an apologetic hum and adjusted his tie. "Toga still being a bother?" he asked. "Nah, she's mostly backed off. Although, sometimes I do wake up with cut marks, which makes me think she drags me occasionally," I said casually, and I saw his eyes lower briefly, like a nod. "Well, you know Toga. I bet she enjoys being in your shoes though," he said with a chuckle, and I rolled my eyes. "Seriously, Kuro? Why'd you have to bring that up?" I groaned and he laughed. "I mean it. Come on, kid. Ask her out already. It would definitely save me from hearing your voice obsess over your own body through the walls." I saw him tense and groaned again. "But you realize that would just mean hearing Toga's voice instead of mine. Wouldn't that be kinda weird?" "At least it's a girl's voice," he retorted, and I gave a hum of understanding. I guess I'll think about it." I sighed. "Toga is one of those girls you have to be really careful with. When you allow her certain privileges, she'll blow it way out of proportion, and then it's a big hassle to get her to calm down. As such, I've grown accustomed to watching my tongue around her. Otherwise, she'll find some loophole that leads to trouble. That's all I'm asking for. Just go slow with your relationship. Please set up boundaries if you do take the leap. Wouldn't want another incident to spring up. Hey, we weren't going to talk about that week." I reminded, and he hummed an apology. "What the? The serum is gone." We heard a scream from the warehouse. "Looks like it's time I take my leave. You sure you don't want to call it for tonight?" he asked. I shook my head. "Nah, the night is still young. We wouldn't want all that sweet money slipping through our fingers, right?" He looked conflicted for a second before putting a hand on my shoulder. "Just make it back safe. That is all I ask." Don't worry about little ol' me," I reassured, a wide grin curling on my face. "You should worry about the heroes. And here's to our most successful mission yet." Kurogyari, as well as the rest of the League of Villains, raised their glasses in my direction, saying congratulatory sentiments like, "Good job, kid," and, "Yeah, you killed it." I smiled, raising my own glass before taking a sip. "Thanks, guys. I couldn't have done it without you," I said. Half the team laughed, while the others glared playfully at me. Stop lying, you totally could have if Shiggy would let you, an ecstatic Toga yelled in a sing-song voice. Shigaraki, who was not pleased at all about this comment, muttered under his breath, to which she just stuck her tongue out at him. Anyways, what matters is that we got the package. Now that it's over with, can I please know what's inside? It's been killing me to find out. I whined, earning a nod of approval from Shigaraki. Come on, Shigaraki. Let the boy know, Kurogyri urged. Fine, fine. He caved. We wanted the crate because it contained a serum allowing us to remove quirks like the pro-hero Eraserhead. My eyes widened at the revelation. Toga let out a giggle when she saw my reaction, and I quickly shook it off. Really? Is the effect permanent? I asked. He shook his head. In the testing papers, which you thankfully grabbed as well, it says the effect only lasts for 30 to 40 minutes. I hummed in understanding and encouraged him to continue. Instead of erasing the quirk entirely, it mostly just nullifies the body's response to the quirk's activation. Kurogyri, come up with a good analogy, Shigaraki whined. Kurogyri shrugged, pausing for a moment to think before continuing. Think of a stick of dynamite. Once the string attached is wet, the ignition fire is harder, if not impossible, to start. However, after enough time, the string dries, allowing the fuse to light without a problem. Thanks, Shigaraki said. So, who do we use this on? I asked. Well, we were thinking we could use it on someone big in the hero industry, like All Might. But he's a teacher at UA, so that's kinda hard now, one of the members chipped in. We could use it on my darling so he couldn't run and then, or not, I interrupted. Toga sent me a pout, which I pretended to catch. I then made a throwing motion with my hand toward the nearest garbage. Toga's pout deepened. Wait, so if we have some form of temporary quirk cancellation, that would mean heroes in our immediate way wouldn't be able to stop us, right? So, technically, if we were to increase the riskiness of our heists while using the serum, that could dramatically reduce the danger element. The only problem with that, geez, could just talk to us, you don't need to mutter, Kurogyri said. Wait, I was muttering again? I asked. A few of the recruits silently nodded. Well, what is it, brat? Shigaraki pressed, slightly more energetic than before. Well, I was just wondering. Since we have the serum now, we could potentially increase the riskiness of the heists, right? I asked. A few heads nodded, so I continued. So, if we were able to, I dunno, attack a well-established hero agency. I trailed off, hoping someone would finish my sentence. Then we, with the help of the serum, could potentially get access to higher-ranking information with almost no roadblocks along the way, Kurogyri finished. I nodded, and his eyes crinkled slightly. That could work. Shigaraki said, his expression a mix of distaste and intrigue. So, who would we attack? I asked. We could just go all out and attack my tower? Toga suggested. No, that place is too heavily guarded. Getting in would be a pain, Shigaraki denied, and Toga's pout grew larger. What about Genius Office? I suggested. They aren't too heavily fortified, and they're all buddy-buddy with the higher-ups. They might have something. Silence followed my statement, and for a moment, a drop of worry trickled into my mind. And, yet again, the kid has some good ideas. What do you think, Shigaraki? Kurogyri finally broke the silence, and a wave of relief washed over me. Yeah, that's a good idea, Shigaraki agreed. How about, say, 2 days from now? That would give me enough time to see the doc about the quirk I ordered and for us to set up a deal with the Yakuza. Sound good? I asked. Another quirk? Really, kid? Kurogyri shot me a disapproving look, but I just shrugged. I need self-healing, so I can stay active in case things don't go my way. The doc said he got enough extracted from a few of the targets, so I was going to go pay him a visit. Kurogyri sighed and nodded. Okay, if we're done here, I need to go. See you when I get back, I said to the team. They nodded and a few waved. Smiling, I left the bar. The trip to the clinic was usually short, just a few blocks from the League's hideout, but it took time dodging the crowd. Right after a heist, I typically lay low to avoid any heroes on high alert. This brings me to one of the most questionable things I've ever done: buying quirks. One of the shadier businesses that sprung up with the introduction of the Yakuza, quirk selling is exactly what it sounds like. It's a trade where you extract the blood of a person holding a desired quirk, then extract the cells powered by that quirk. This is fermented to increase the potency and effect of the quirk before selling the final product to buyers. I don't necessarily feel bad about taking other people's quirks. It's more like, I feel sorry for them that their power is now harbored in another vessel. But that vessel is me, so it's not a super strong feeling. After the walk, I came across an old-looking building. A flickering red sign saying "Open" hung inside one of the foggy windows. The handle was rusted, attached to a chipped wooden door. The whole building screamed suspicious, yet somehow no heroes paid attention to it. It never ceases to amaze me how good this guy is at blending into the background, even if it sends a brief chill down my spine to know I'd probably never be able to sense him if he turned on us, despite the quirks he's given me. I walked over to the door, where one of the hinges was slightly displaced and missing a screw. I reached past it to take a chipped piece of wood that was taped on. After removing the tape, I shoved the chip of wood into the hole of the hinge. Hearing a small click, I removed the piece, reapplied the tape, and secured it to the other part of the hinge. I turned the handle and stepped into the musty interior. Looking to my right, I saw the now disarmed bombs, which had accumulated a considerable amount of dust since my last visit. "Doc," I called, scanning the room. Tables were thrown about, and pieces of furniture were in disarray. A pit formed in my stomach as I rushed to the back room. What the blood dripped from the walls of the dimly lit room, illuminated by a single overhead light. The drawers were wide open, and practically everything was gone. Parts of the shelves were torn out, also stained with blood. To my right, my eyes fell on a frail figure, caked in blood and breathing heavily. "Doc." My voice faltered as the figure nodded shakily. I quickly rushed to his side. "What happened? Can you speak?" "D came looking for the shipment," he grunted. I said it hadn't come in yet, but they became impatient and... He groaned in pain, his breath becoming choppy. "Where is the shipment? Did they take it?" He shook his head. "Under the tile, right here," he pointed to a tile. I knelt down and lifted it off. Inside was SWC. "Pull it, then input the following code," he forced out. I quickly pulled it, and in front of me, the wall retracted enough to fit a keypad. 0.6.2.3. I chuckled a little. "Nice combo, Doc," I said. His weathered face curled slightly into what I could only guess was a smile. "The happiest day of my life," he sighed. As I input the combo, the ground under me shifted. I backed away as the trapdoor fully lifted, revealing a medium-sized crate. "No use for them anymore," he said. "Take as many as you want." My eyes widened. "But Doc, I'll tell you how to administer the quirk." "Healing first, the one you asked for," he said. I quickly opened the box and dug through the various syringes before finding one labeled Recharge. "Is this the one?" I asked. He nodded. "Move the tip just below your collarbone and press just slightly in," he instructed. I did as he said, feeling the needle push faintly into my skin. "Now, slowly release the fluid. Make sure you don't move the syringe." I pushed the liquid in, feeling the familiar electricity as the quirk bonded with my body. "Now, take the crate and teleport away. If necessary, administer each needle a half-inch apart, and the same on the other side. Wait until the needle marks heal before administering over them." "I can't just leave you here. Maybe I can find another doctor who could treat you." "No. My time is done. I need you to go now." The doctor coughed, a bit of blood escaping his lips. "No, I'm not going to lose you." "Izuku," he yelled. I stopped and stared at him, my blood going cold. "Please." I begged. "Go." I relented, standing with the crate. Walking over to the door, I paused to look back at him. Tell her I loved her, all right? Tell her. I'll see her soon." With his wish came his last breath. He lay motionless on the floor. "I will." Thank you, document. With a final goodbye, I was enveloped in purple fog, and moments later, I found myself staring at the wall of my room. I stood there for what felt like ages. It wasn't that I didn't have anything to do, I was in shock over what had just happened. I had been preparing for something like this, but the speed of it all was overwhelming. I hadn't properly said goodbye. My good friend, whose actual name I had never learned, only calling him Doc, had just passed away. No, he was murdered. The scenario replayed in my mind. Even on the brink of death, he had still helped me. The way he groaned and clenched his teeth while guiding me through the steps of administering my new quirks. He was suffering, yet he still helped me. Izuku. He had used my name. He was the only person I trusted with that information. Everyone else called me by pronouns or addressed me directly. And now, he was gone. I slammed my fist against the wall, letting out a raspy cry as it hit. I needed to release this pain before it consumed me. But where would I go? Darling? Are you okay? Toga's worried voice chimed in from the other room. Why yes, sorry. Tripped. I'm fine now. I tried to reassure her. But the crash was directed to the wall. Listen, I have to go somewhere, so watch the house for me, okay? I cut her off. There was silence for a few seconds before she agreed. Okay, see you when I get back. I knelt down to grab the crate filled with the doctor's final gift to me, his recent shipment of stolen quirks. My body and the crate were enveloped in a purple mist. After a few seconds, I felt the wind brush against my face as I found myself on the roof of one of the apartment buildings I go to when I need to let off some steam. I carefully set the crate down. I didn't want it to be left in my room, but I also didn't want to be careless with it. After setting it down, I turned back, only to see another person on the roof. A girl. She had long periwinkle hair that wove around her like a blanket, all the way down to her knees. The tips of her hair met with a pair of black stockings, which formed around her legs. Covering her feet were a pair of pink shoes with white soles. I couldn't see her face, so I decided to get her attention. Taking a few deep breaths, I braced myself. Hello. She tensed and slowly turned around to face me. My eyes met a pair of sparkling blue orbs that completely took my breath away. Her hair framed her gentle face and spread to cover parts of her white dress, which ended just above her knees. My eyes jumped back up to hers, before a pang of worry hit me. Is she crying? Are you okay? I asked, and she looked down to avoid my gaze. Here, let's start over. What's your name? Enijire Hado, a soft, slightly quivering voice responded. I took a step forward, but she took one back defensively. That's when I realized how close she was to the edge. Okay, Hado-san. I'm going to need you to step a bit closer to me, is that okay? I asked, slowly reaching my hand up. Why should I? She took another step away defensively. Because you're nearing the edge of the building, and I don't want you to fall. What if I want to fall? Listen, Hado-san. I want you to talk through what is going through your head right now. I asked, stopping in my tracks. She also stopped, and a single tear fell down her cheek. Why should I? She yelled. Because getting out what is building up inside you is going to help you feel better. Please, talk to me. I pleaded, taking a small step back to show I wouldn't try anything. Her eyes fluttered down to my feet, and her shoulders relaxed. But my parents, they... She started tearing up harder, more and more tears falling down her cheeks. Oh, I understand. I really do. I understand the pain you're feeling, and I understand why you're doing what you're doing. I paused, seeing her pull her hair around her body. But this isn't going to make it go away, Hado-san. I took a step forward, and she didn't take one back. But it hurts. So much. She lashed out, stepping back again, and I stopped moving closer. I know it does, and you may feel like this is the best way to make it stop. I reassured, taking a step closer and then another. She didn't fight me. But nothing is going to change. Nothing will get better if you fall. I assured. She opened her eyes to look into mine. I gave her a reassuring smile, and she took a step forward. Things will get better. I continued to smile as she took another step forward. I saw her crack a small smile as well, and relief flooded my chest. In your life, are there people, friends, teachers, anyone, who you can confide in? I asked. Tears started to well up again, but she nodded. Good. That's really good. I reassured, slowly reaching my hand up as I approached her. She hesitantly took another step forward, now only a little more to go. You can talk to them and tell them how you feel. They can help you through this if you only take the final step to approach them. I gave another reassuring smile. The tears flowed down her cheeks as the distance slowly closed between us. Now, I started, my hand fully reaching out to hers. She looked from my hand back to me, and her smile grew a bit wider. Please, take my hand and you will make it through this. Her hand slowly rose towards mine. I didn't make any more movements and didn't reach for her hand. I just let her come to me. Her quiet voice said, and she stopped lifting her hand for a second. A bead of worry lodged in my throat, but I continued to hold my hand out to her. I trust you. And with that, she grabbed my hand. I slowly pulled, allowing her to follow as I took steps back. She continued to follow me away from the ledge, and my smile grew as we moved further away. I let out a sigh of relief, and her smile grew. She came closer, bringing her other hand out from behind her hair and towards me. A small blush crept onto my face as she engulfed me in a hug. Thank you so much, she breathed, letting a few tears fall onto my shirt. I continued to hug her back as she let it all out. Suddenly, she tensed and backed away from me. I am so sorry. I haven't even met you yet, and you've already seen me being such a mess. Talk about a first impression, am I right? She giggled, and I let out a small laugh. Well, I told you my name. It's only fair if my hero reveals his identity as well, she said with a smile. Should I? But she looked at me, waiting for my answer. As I thought about it, her smile fell a little. But if it makes her smile again. Izuku, a pleasure, I said, bowing slightly. Her smile brightened in relief. Wow, for a second there, I thought you weren't going to tell me, she said with a laugh. Although, Izuku, if you don't mind me asking, do you have a last name? A knot tied in my throat at her question. I looked away, and her smile fell again. No, you don't have to tell me. I'm sorry if it, Midoriya, I cut in. Why did I say that? Oh well, thank you, Izuku Midoriya, she smiled again. Hey, it's no problem. If you don't mind, is it okay if I walk you back to where you need to go? I asked. She thought for a moment. Sure, I think that would be nice, she said with a small smile. I smiled back, and we sat for a moment, staring at each other. I cleared my throat. Where am I taking you to? I asked. Well, she started, though she quickly grew a bit flustered. I patiently waited, and eventually she gave me a response. .u.a. Oh no. Wow, you go to UA? I asked, hoping for a different answer. Yeah, I'm actually a third year there, she responded with a smile. What course do you take there? I asked, my heart racing. I'm in the hero course, of course, she giggled. Great. I'll take you there, hopefully to someone like a teacher or faculty member, and then I'll get out of your hair. I chuckled awkwardly and she giggled again. Okay. Also, what's in the box? I froze, looking back at the crate I brought up here. Oh, nothing important. Anyway, we should get going. I said a little too quickly. Listen, if it's something embarrassing, I'm not here to judge. What? No. It's just a few things I grabbed to play around with. In a completely innocent manner. Arg, why did I have to get flustered? Okay. Well, let's go then. Yeah. Sure. As we neared the school, I suddenly got a bit nervous. What if one of the heroes recognized me? What if I looked suspicious and they arrested me? What if I still had a little blood on my shirt from being in the clinic, and they saw that? Izuku? I was pulled out of my trance by my name being called. Yeah, Nijire? I asked. She gave a slightly worried look before brushing it off. You were mumbling a little bit. Sorry if that's just your way of thinking or anything. Wait, did you hear what I was saying? I asked, feeling a surge of panic. Well, no, but I did get a bit worried for a second. She gave a sheepish grin, and I sighed in relief. Why, is there something you wish to tell me? She said teasingly, skipping slightly in her step. Not particularly, though I'm sure you're incredibly curious. Wow, you know me so well already, she giggled. Well, I'll tell you some other time. We're coming up on the entrance, I said, pointing at the huge metal wall. She hummed in understanding, and we continued for another minute in silence. Hey, how are you feeling? I asked, looking back at her. I saw her face tense but then brighten a bit. Well, I'm happy now. I made a new friend today, and he's really cool, so overall, good, she chirped. I let her words sink in, followed by a small blush. We eventually reached the huge metal wall that marked the entrance of UA. My heart rate spiked, and I tried to calm it down. I managed to get it under control, but then I made the mistake of looking at her face again. I paused for a moment and looked down at my feet. What do I say to her now? Well, I guess, goodbye, is one thing. Well, I guess I'll see you around. Wait, you're leaving? She asked, furrowing her brows. Well, it's not like I can get in. I don't have one of the entrance cards, I said, to which she pouted. Well, I'll just stay out here for a bit longer, then, she argued. No, you need to go find. I trailed off, thinking about anime. She gave me a confused look. Izuku? Wait, let's try something, I said. Okay. Give me your hands. What? Just for a few seconds. Her face heated up, and she looked away from me as she lifted her hands towards mine. I gently took them, earning my own blush, and I could vaguely see her become a tomato. Chuckling, I walked towards the entrance, which towered over us like we were mice. You have your student ID card with you, right? I asked. She nodded away from me, and I smiled. I spread her arms out, still entangled with my own. My blush instantly grew deeper as we grew closer, but I brushed off those thoughts and started walking through the gates. Wait, why aren't the gates shutting? She asked as she looked up. Oh my gosh. Atsushi Nishigori is a genius. Ha! It worked. I shouted. Thank you, darling in the Franks. Once we were past the gates, Nijire burst out laughing. You got that idea from anime, she said between breaths. I said shut up. It was as good an idea as any, I said defensively, which only made her laugh harder. After about a minute, we collected ourselves and started walking towards where she had to go. In all honesty, I just followed her, making sure she was okay as we approached our destination. She pointed at a set of large double doors, which sat on top of a large staircase. On either side of the doors, a giant pillar stood tall, connecting itself with a large veranda. This place is so. Let's go in there. My teacher is usually in the staff room, so we could just look around that area. Okay, sure, I responded nervously. Never, in all my time doing villain work, had I thought, yeah, let's go to the room with all of the big, strong, famous heroes. That's a good idea. Nevertheless, I pressed onward, following her like a lost puppy. When we reached the huge set of doors, I walked ahead of her a little and pressed the door open with my hand. Despite how big it was surprisingly easy to move, and I held it open for her effortlessly. A real gentleman, she teased, and I chuckled alongside her. Oh, if only she knew. The halls of UA were just as magnificent as the entrance, each one sporting some kind of school spirit memorabilia. Trophy cases which were everywhere and completely filled, and inspirational posters lined every wall. Wow, this is a bit excessive, I said aloud without thinking. I heard a giggle and was immediately flustered. Yeah, we take the title of Best Hero School very seriously, she joked, and I laughed awkwardly with her. Ah, we're here already, she whined as she reached a rather underwhelming-looking door. It wasn't decorated with signs saying "We love you, teachers," or anything. It was just a single door labeled Staff Room. Don't be like that. They can't decorate every part of the school, you know, she giggled, and I realized I had said that out loud. Sorry. I apologized and she gave me a weird look. Why? Oh, never mind, I said, looking away to hide some of my blush. She giggled again and then knocked on the door. The door swung open, revealing a bear mouse creature wearing a business suit. He wore a happy expression, and I couldn't tell if he was actually smiling or if it was just how he looked. "Ah, hello, Miss Hato. We unfortunately missed you in a few afternoon classes, if I'm not mistaken." "Care to explain?" the creature said. "Principal Nizu." "What a wonderful surprise," she said, dodging the question. "Wait, principal? I seem to not recall your friend here being a student at this facility. Is this part of your absence?" Nizu asked. He maintained the same blank happy expression, though his voice hinted at something more. What? "And no, it's nothing like that," she stuttered, and I blushed, looking away from the two. "Why don't you and your friend come to my office for a few minutes?" he asked, though it sounded more like a statement. Nijire looked at me apologetically, and I shrugged, though inside I had one thought running through my mind. What did I just get myself into? Right now, I'm sitting next to a girl I met less than an hour ago, and who I managed to save. Now, that wouldn't be inherently bad. I really only have one slight issue. I'm a villain, and I'm in the principal's office of the UA Hero Academy. What a turn for the worse, am I right? Currently, I'm attempting to form a plan to get back to my crate, which, in an attempt to save the girl's life, I had neglected to secure. She was more important, unfortunately, which is why I had the bright idea to SRT her back to UA. Now, that may raise a question. If my plan was to bring her to UA, then why am I currently inside UA? Well, what if I told you that, after seeing her smile fall when I mentioned leaving, I had the idea of finding a loophole in their security, allowing me free access to the school? I know. The dumbest thing I could have done in that situation. But she smiled again. Never mind, it was the greatest plan I had ever devised. We certainly had no idea about what you were going through. My sincerest apology, Miss Hato, the bear, who was apparently named Nizu, said. It's really all right. I'm sorry for just running off like that. She looked away from the bear and towards me. I gave her a reassuring smile, while I tried, anyway, and let her continue. If he wasn't there to help me, I don't know if I would have returned to school. She chuckled. I'm such an idiot. Trying to end my own life, just because of my parents. As unfortunate as this may be for you, I do not think that would have been wise. For you, or for the school, he stated. If word got out that a member of the Big Three had died. He visibly tensed. The Big Three? She's a member of the Big Three? Wait, hold on. I interjected. They both turned my way, and I swallowed my sudden nervousness. You're a member of the Big Three? I asked. Nijire giggled, likely at the shock on my face. The bear, however, narrowed his eyes. Yes, she is. Is that a problem? He asked. Nijire stopped to look at him, then back at me. No, not at all, sir. I was just a bit surprised, is all. I tried to cover up just how shocked I was, to little avail. There is another matter I would like to discuss. The bear continued. It is about how you managed to infiltrate this school in the first place. He still smiled, though I could tell it was a front. Well, I'm not sure if infiltrated is the right word to. No, I do believe it accurately describes your actions. He cut me off and I swallowed. You were an unwelcome party, yet you were allowed in, even though we have put numerous countermeasures to stop just anyone from walking in. So, tell me, how did you get in? He finished. I gave him a few seconds, in case he wanted to add anything, which he didn't. Should I tell him the truth? Nijire's right here, so if I lied, there's a good chance she'd rat me out. But if I tell him, he might fix the issue. Well, he asked again. I found a weakness in your security. I confessed. Just like that? He asked. Yeah. Well, I wasn't even sure it was going to work. I just tried it and it worked. I shrunk a bit lower in my chair, trying to seem nervous. Either I'm a really good actor, or this is going to be a problem in the future. Pray tell, what was the weakness you found? He scooted up in his seat a little. Students have an ID card given to them, right? So, when they go through the scanners, they, along with anything attached to them, go through without any issues, right? I asked. He nodded, so I continued. Well, what if a person is attached to the ID user? Then what would happen? I asked him. We already put in place safety precautions in case someone tried that. The scanner can detect unidentified carry weight and check for multiple pulse signs. That still doesn't answer my question, though. Well, it might not have detected us because we were so close. I turned to her, then back to the bear. He thought for a moment. Well, if that were to work, the both of you would need to have matching heart rates, as our scanners pick up on irregularities such as that. Well, we were pretty close to each other. I felt a blush spread across my face and turned to see her face do the same. We must have had the same general heartbeat in those moments, and the scan didn't pick us up? I stated. The bear continued to think for a few agonizingly long seconds. You're right, that would be a potential flaw. I'll have someone look into that, he said. Thank you for discovering that, and not some villain, he finished, staring at me. I felt a chill roll down my spine. Does he? Yeah, that would be very bad. I repeated. We stared at each other for a few more seconds. His eyes, I noticed, were completely black as he stared. He was still smiling, although I doubted it was genuine. Miss Hato, you are welcome to head back to your dormitories, where you should find directions to your teacher, he said, still staring at me with his unsettling smile. What about Izuku? No, don't say my name. Izuku, he repeated. I would like to chat with him for a few more minutes. I trust you'll get back safely, he asked. Yeah, it was nice meeting you, she said. I tore my eyes away from the bear to look at her. It was my pleasure, I said, giving her as much of a smile as I could muster. And with that, she left, closing the door behind her. I kept staring at the door, hoping she would come back and not leave me here alone with her principal. Well, I believe we have much to discuss, the principal's eerily chipper voice said behind me. I tore my gaze away from the door to stare at him. Well, what would those things be? I asked. I felt a rush of heat flow into my head and, closing my eyes, I envisioned everyone in the immediate vicinity. Principal Nizu, of course. Another figure, probably Nijire, walking down the hall towards a set of stairs. Two figures in the waiting room right outside the door, standing on either side of my exit. And another figure, motionless, in the room down the hall. I would not like to dawdle too much on the good guy, bad guy talk bit we've been doing for the past few minutes. I do hate these, will they, won't they, situations that always seem to play out, he said, hopping out of his chair. He slowly approached the seat Nijire was sitting in, and I watched as he tried, and failed, to reach the cushion. It was almost. Here, let me help you, I said, walking over to pick him up. As if this was natural, he lifted his arms into a T-pose, and I hoisted him into the chair. Why did I do that? Yes, I would like to know the same thing, he replied, and I realized I had said that bit out loud. You see, Izuku. Indeed, I am aware that you are a forerunner for the League of Villains, he continued, making my skin crawl. How did he know? Why, I don't know what you're talking about, sir, I said, folding my arms. I would like to ask you to, as the kids say, cut the CRP, he said, making air quotes with his paws. Last night, you infiltrated one of our warehouses, where we transport contraband and special weapons. You single-handedly stole 3/4 of the weapons, drags, and other items we stored there, including a serum that allows for the temporary deactivation of a quirk. How did you? I, acting on a hunch, installed video surveillance in all our warehouses, including the one you recently stole from, he explained, bringing out a small remote. After pressing a few buttons, the room dimmed, and a large TV rose from the floor. He flipped through a few surveillance videos, showing me in different places of the warehouse, taking crates filled with weapons and other items. Why are you showing me this? I asked, my eyes darting around the room, looking for something I could potentially use for defense. Because, even though you did all this, he said, gesturing to the TV, you still helped rescue Miss Hato from the roof, skirted her to the least safe place you could possibly be, bypassed our security, and came with her all this way, despite the possibility of being captured at any given moment. He then gestured to his chair. And, in my moment of apparent weakness, you assisted me, though it wouldn't have benefited you in the slightest. What about it? I asked. Though you may not see it yourself, you do have the qualities of a true hero. Something I would rather nurture than quench in an effort toward security. He pressed another button, and a few seconds later, 2 heroes walked in. The first was a man who looked incredibly tired, wearing a gray scarf. The other was a woman in a striking outfit that covered only the essentials. Instinctively, I jumped out of my seat, crouching into a stance I learned on the streets. The 2 heroes exchanged glances, and their reactions were telling. The male sighed, while the woman giggled softly. What are you going to do to me? I furrowed my brows, feeling the tension rise. We are going to take you to the 1A dormitories, known as Heights Alliance. There, we will hold you until you decide to conform to school regulations. Shortly thereafter, we will allow you to attend class with the other students, where we will help you become the hero I know you can be, he said. No, this can't be happening. I won't let it. Aizawa, Kiyama, if you may, he motioned. The tired one looked between us before launching his scarf at me. Using one of my quirks, I moved my right hand out, now shining purple, and the scarf turned away from me. The woman ripped away her sleeve, revealing what I assumed to be some form of neutralizing drag. I used the same quirk to mold the mist into a spherical shape before flinging it into the other hero's face. Aizawa! Oh, I'm so sorry, the woman exclaimed, and I used the distraction to run at her. Grabbing her head, I brought my knee into her stomach before stepping behind her and putting her into a hold. Seeing the ripped patch on her clothes heal back, I sighed and released her, only to chop her neck. She fell down like the other hero. Standing straight again, I looked at Nizu, who still wore his smile. Is that all you got? I said, loud enough for the people behind the door to hear. I lowered again and sure enough, the door opened. Immediately, I brought my leg up to kick the first person who walked in. That, unfortunately for them, was a man with spiky white hair and a scar on his left cheek. He was very buff, so I was honestly surprised when he was knocked out just like that. I jumped back as 2 more teachers came in. One had spiky blonde hair and wore black clothes, while the other was shrouded in a white trench coat, his face looking menacing. The one in black inhaled sharply before screaming. However, following his scream was a huge energy wave that I just barely managed to dodge. What I didn't dodge, however, was the noise. As soon as it flew past me, my ears began to ring, and I could barely hear anything else. Quickly, before he could fire another blast, I sprinted towards him. The other, in the trench coat, tried to stop me from reaching him. However, because he was so tall, I was able to duck past him. The man with the blonde hair started to inhale, but I reached him before he could. I punched him in the jaw, making him recoil back, and then pressed my hand over his mouth. I felt a slight tingling through my hands, and after a second I released, bringing back my hand and punching him again. I was going to finish him off, but the other teacher ran up behind me, trying to grab hold of me. Quickly I ducked, jumping away from him. Now, standing in front of me, were 5 versions of the same man. His quirk. Using my telekinetic ability, I pinned all of them against the wall. Running over to the lady, I ripped open her sleeve again, and the mist released like last time. Again, using my telekinesis, I wafted the mist over to all of the pinned men, and they slowly fell asleep. I dropped the men and walked back over to Nizu. In the background, I could hear the man with blonde hair trying to scream, but no sound came out. Was this a test? I asked the bear mouse. Well, it can be, if that would help you stay, he suggested calmly. I really don't want to stay though. I'm sorry, but I'll take my leave now. Not so fast. I looked back at the doors to see the last person I wanted to see at the moment. Hey All Might, how've you been? I asked nonchalantly. I've been better. Now, I suggest you come along with US, without fighting. Let US talk peacefully about your arrangements here, he said, slowly walking towards me. Should I try to fight back? Who was I kidding? He would ground me into dust if I tried. But I needed that crate. Let's talk now. I need to grab something given to me by a close friend. It's sitting on top of the same roof I saved Nijire on. We can go there, grab it, and then I'll come back with you. I don't think either of us would like to fight each other, I suggested. I believe that to be fair. All Might, please escort Izuku to the proper location, and if he tries to run, you know what to do, Nizu said. All right then. Come along, young Izuku. I'd prefer it if you didn't use my name, please. I cut him off. He looked at Nizu, who I could feel nod behind me. Very well, I suppose. Now, come along, young man. He motioned me to follow, and I did. How do I get out of this? The trip to the rooftop wasn't necessarily a long one. Not that I was counting the seconds in my head or anything. I just mean that, relative to All Might's speed, we should have been there in a few minutes, tops. So why was it so agonizing? Here I was, sitting on the back of the number 1 hero, All Might, as we flew through Muzutafa. And yet, it felt like it was taking forever. Finally, I saw the rooftop I was on. I pointed it out to All Might, and he slowed down to land on the roof. I climbed off of him and ran over to where the crate was. Picking it up, I inspected it to make sure it wasn't tampered with before wedging it between my arms. Is that it, young man? All Might asked. I nodded, but paused to tighten my grip on the crate. This isn't my business, but it seems to me like the previous owner of the box has passed on. If I may, how long ago was it? He asked. I tensed. I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell him. A few hours ago. I continued to cradle the box in my arms as I looked away. I heard coughing behind me and turned to find a lot of smoke covering where All Might was. All Might? I asked. The smoke cleared, and in the same spot as All Might was, stood a frail, skinny man. He started coughing immediately, and blood coated the hand he used to cover the cough. So that's what All for One did to you, I said under my breath. You know about the fight? A deep, weary voice asked. Yeah. I chuckled. Shiggy won't stop obsessing over the fight. If he saw you in that state. I trailed off. Is this Shiggy person you speak of, by any chance, Tamura Shigaraki? He asked. I nodded and he sighed. All right then. About your friend, I'm sorry you lost him so soon ago. This was moments before you saved young Hato, right? He asked solemnly. I nodded again. I came up here to let off some steam, so I don't accidentally blow up our hideout. I let out a chuckle, and that's when I saw her. A appealing girl with a heart of gold, about to end her life because she had also lost someone close to her. I couldn't let that happen. You saved her, young man. Not because you wanted something for her, like gratitude or compensation, but because it was a life you were able to save. I looked back at him, his weary eyes looking into mine. Whether you're a hero or a villain, it's an admirable act. So, thank you. My eyes widened. Thanked me? A villain. The aggressor in a fight against the school's faculty. The person who stole from them. Thanking me? I couldn't speak. Why couldn't I speak? It's fine, young man. Now. Suddenly, All Might's signature form appeared again, stretching the clothes of his other form to their limit. Come along with me. Let's get you back to you today. He turned around and crouched down, waiting for me to get on. I did so, surprisingly eager, and in a flash we were in the air. We arrived at the entrance gate to Yudu, and I dismounted All Might. All right, young man. I'll take you to Heights Alliance, where we can get you settled in. He told me, and I nodded. I hadn't been in a nice room for years, so this would be a welcome change. Are you able to keep your transformation for that long? I asked. Well, I'll just drop you off at your dorm and be on my way. I wouldn't want anyone to see me in that other form, he replied. I nodded, stretched my legs, and hopped back on. After a short flight, we landed outside a large building that resembled an upscale apartment complex. Here you are, young man. Let's get you settled, he said as he started walking forward. I followed behind him, hoping not to encounter any of the resident students. Thankfully, the trip went smoothly, without any encounters from my new classmates. I was honestly surprised they would let me in here, considering my past. Okay, here's where you'll be staying. Unfortunately, there are a few precautions we will take to ensure the other students are safe. If you behave, you will start with them next week. Until then, I advise you don't leave this room. Everything will be provided, so don't worry. So, I had to be in lockdown for a week. That wasn't so bad. Thank you, All Might. I'll see you around, I said, and he gave another heroic smile before dashing away. Bracing myself, I opened my door. This is surprisingly normal. A single queen bed sat against the far wall, with a few blankets and sheets already folded. Adjacent to that was a small desk with paper, pencils, and a laptop. Next to the entrance was a door leading to what I assumed was a bathroom, with a closet on the wall next to that. The first thing I did was sit on the bed. I lifted my watch and scrolled until I found my contact for Kurogiri. I pressed it and waited a few seconds. "Where the hell are you, kid?" he asked. "Are you alone?" I replied. "Yeah, I'm in my room. Now answer my question. Be quiet and don't tell this to anyone. I've infiltrated you today, acting as a student attending their villain rehabilitation program. I'm going to get close, pretend to turn my life around, all while trying to find a way for you guys to break in. Don't call me back. Don't tell anyone. Do you understand?" I asked. He was silent for a minute. "This is crazy. Are you sure?" "I have to be if I want this to work. Tell the others they'll have to push the attack on Best Jeanist and his agency back, or do it without me. Either way, don't tell them where I am. I don't want Shigaraki to get impulsive. I trust you could make it back safely, okay?" he asked. "I will. Thank you for everything, Kuro," I said, and ended the call. I sighed, laying down on my bed. Now that that's over with, I guess I'll just have to wait and see what they want me to do in a week. As I drifted from consciousness, I thought of the girl I saved, Nijire Hado. So much has happened. In a single day, I witnessed the death of my close friend, gained access to a multitude of quirks, saved a girl from despair, held a girl's hand, infiltrated the highest security academy in the country, defeated 5 pro heroes in a small room, and got accepted into the same school via a villain rehabilitation program. Why is my life so complicated? Alright class, listen up, Aizawa addressed. The class quieted down, and the students looked around at each other's expressions, which showed signs of confusion and attentiveness. Starting on Monday, we will have a new student joining us in Class 1A. The class erupted into whispers, with almost every student suddenly expressing more interest than before. "Shut up, I'm not finished," he said blandly, and the class quieted again. "There's something about this student that you may need to know. Obviously, I would recommend caution with anyone you don't know. But this student in particular, I would advise minimizing confrontation with. We're not entirely sure how he'll act in here with you, so you need to be wary. Sir, if this student needs this much tending to, I don't see him fit to join Class 1, much less UA entirely," a blue-haired boy exclaimed, waving his arms animatedly. "Yeah, I have to agree, Mr. Aizawa. Do you really think someone like that should join the hero course?" a girl with a long tongue added. "I know. I don't like it either. However, this student joining is requested by Principal Nizu himself," Aizawa added. "Ooh, I hope he's really strong." "Bakugo." "Shut your mouth, you DM extra," Bakugo shot back. "I'm still not done," Mr. Aizawa said, and the class quieted down again. "The reason why you should be cautious around him," he paused for dramatic effect, "is because he's a villain." "What?" the whole class yelled. "Excuse me? You are letting a villain trample the pristine grounds of U.A Academy? I demand you refuse immediately. You can't let a villain here. He'll kill us," another student exclaimed. "Ooh, a boy with a dark history, captured and taken to his polar opposites. But, past that hard exterior, a appealing girl finds his inner shell, filled with kindness and love." "Enough!" Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter, and the class froze, looking at their teacher. "This kid is no joke. When he was first brought here, Midnight and I tried to take him away. He took us down in seconds, along with Vlad King, Ectoplasm, and Present Mike, before he, get this, agreed to stay." The class was in shock at the sudden outburst. This kid is dangerous. The only reason he's here in the first place is because Nizu sees good in him and thought he would be a good first candidate for the villain rehab program. So stay away. With that, The class now knew they'd be getting a new student. Izuku's POV. I am incredibly bored. I've been cooped up in this room for the past week, with nothing to do except surf the web or sleep. I have had it. Hopping onto the computer, I looked up the BNHA website and found the phone number for students to call their administrator. I put the number into my watch and hit the call button. Hello, this is the BNHA Academy Administration Office. This is Hikaru, what can we do for you? A chipper voice responded. Hello, I'd like to speak to the Academy's principal about some behavioral issues in the school, I said, making my voice a little deeper and scratchier. All right, sir. Unfortunately, Principal Nizu is in a meeting with the school board, but they should be out in around 5 minutes or so. Should I put you on hold for a moment? She answered. Yes, that will be all right. Thank you, miss, I replied. You are very welcome. Before you go, can I have a name to address you by? She asked. Minute. Think Izuku of the National Environmental Wellness Association. Thank you, I responded. Thank you, sir. Have a great day, and I'll get him on for you in a moment, she said. A few seconds later, I heard dated uplifting music come out of the speaker. Setting my watch down, I laid on my bed to rest my eyes for a few minutes. If this actually works, then I've been such an idiot for not trying this sooner. A few minutes later, I heard the other line pick up. I sat up and grabbed my watch. Hello? The principal's voice came through the speaker. Hello. I am from the National Environmental Wellness Association. I heard about a slight mistreatment happening with one of your students, and our executives were wondering whether those rumors were true or not. Well, yes, actually. One of the students we have is being held in a solitary state as we speak. I'm afraid he was being too much of a nuisance to be allowed out of his room, so we locked him in there. Is that a problem? He said. What the heck? I exclaimed. Actually, yes, it is. According to Article 69, Section 420 of the Let Me Out of Here You Stupid Mouse bylaws, it states that students exhibiting bad behavior must be allowed at least 2 hours of outside time per day. Yes, but he hasn't asked for that yet. This makes me think he doesn't want to go outside, so we've kept him in there. What? So I could have just asked, and you would have let me leave for a bit? I yelled, before clapping a hand over my mouth. Ah, Izuku, what a pleasant surprise. I was just talking about you with someone regarding your alleged mistreatment, but I guess it was you all along. So, can I go outside? I asked. Sure, why not? Just try not to cause any trouble, or we'll have to restrain you while in your room, he warned. Thanks. Wait, I need someone to come let me out. Can that happen soon? Sure, I'll send an Izawa to come let you out. He will also be accompanying you as you take your stroll. Anything else? He asked. Did I need anything else? I mean, I don't want to wear the school's standard clothing, so maybe I can ask for a suit to be delivered as well? Yes, actually. I was wondering if a suit could be delivered to my dorm. I asked. Formal, semi-formal, or casual? He inquired. Semi-formal, please. I remember you measuring me for your file, so those measurements will be fine. Splendid. The suit will also come with Izawa. That will be all. And with that, the line went dead. Well, that was fun. Who knew I could order a suit from the principal? After about a half hour, I heard a knock on my door, notifying me that Izawa was here. Turning off my music, I walked over and tried to open the door, only to realize it only unlocks from the outside, and I had been tricked. Haha, very funny. You can come in, I said. The lock clicked open, and the door swung open. You seriously asked Principal Nizu for a suit? He asked, clearly annoyed with my fashion sense. No matter, I'll put him in his place. Why, yes, I did. Suits are awesome, unlike the uniforms we have for school, I said. But, you know what? I'm too tired to argue with you. Just go change. He growled, handing me the suit. It looked like a maroon button-up, black vest, black dress breathes, and a black tie. I like his style. When I escape, I am so wearing my suits like this. I thought aloud. Sure, kid. Just go change already. He motioned towards the bathroom. Ah, don't want to see me change here, teach? I can put on a good show, you know. Just get in the bathroom. I'm already sick of being here. Fine, fine. I finished having my fun and went to change in the bathroom. Hey, eyebags. I yelled. What? Did he give you any gloves to go with this? I asked. No, he said he wants to see your fingerprints, should something happen. Oh, all right. After I finished putting everything on, I came out of the bathroom. Geez, you take long. Are you ready? Aizawa asked. Yeah, I'm good. Are my classmates in the building right now? I asked. If they were, we would have to either be really stealthy, or Aizawa would have to do an early introduction. I didn't think I was quite ready to not cause any trouble, so it would be best if they were in classes. No, there shouldn't be any stragglers in the common room, so you're probably fine there, he replied. Okay, then let's go. I exited the small room for the first time in what felt like ages. The distant smell of perfume wafted into my nose, along with the lingering aroma of a fresh-cooked breakfast. That smells amazing. The building was decorated with many inspirational posters, not unlike the actual school. The hallways were long and well lit, with green carpets and wooden walls. Listen, eyebags. Would you please stop calling me that? He interrupted. Okay. Mr. Aizawa. I guess I wanted to apologize for, knocking you out, I said. I didn't know why I said that, but I did. Thanks. Why are you apologizing now? He furrowed his brow. I don't know. It just sort of slipped out. Forget it. No, it's fine, kid. Really. I was just surprised a villain would apologize for something so trivial, he confessed. Nah, I'm not feeling that way at the moment. You should see Toga. Geez. I chuckled, massaging the back of my neck. Toga? The blonde, yeah. She's crazy about me, so of course, half her ideas involve dismembering or embarrassing me. I got used to it after a while, after she mellowed out a little. She was worse with you? How did that go? Well, she sometimes laced my drink with stuff so she could come in my room at night and take my blood. We both shivered. Sometimes I wake up with visible marks, like cuts and syringe marks. Sheesh, kid. How did you grow to live with it? I invested in a bolt on my door. We chuckled a bit and continued walking down to the exit. Exiting the building, I took a deep breath of fresh air. Why did I ever agree to staying in my room for a week? Maybe that's the most insane thing I've ever done. Listen, don't tell Nizu, but I'd really rather be sleeping than babysitting you. I feel as though you won't try anything, but if anything happens, you knocked me out beforehand, all right? This guy is now my new favorite teacher. If anyone disagrees with my opinion, I'll rip them to shreds. You got it. I'll see you in a few hours, Mr. Aizawa. I said, giving a little wave. He gave a small smile and left. I could get used to this kind of treatment. Nah, never mind. I continued to walk around the outer campus, enjoying the fresh air's gentle brush against my face. Because the school is so oddly shaped, there's a massive courtyard in the center of all the buildings. I decided to head there, seeing as it's probably the best-looking area in the school. Eventually, I reached a large entrance to the courtyard. The area was massive, with large terraformed land making up a large part of the area. Small hills were sprawled out across the entire right and back sides, dotted with small trees and covered areas for recreation. To my left was a full-size tennis court. They also had a very detailed, very large fountain in the center, with pebble concrete surrounding it and extending to the rest of the courtyard. Various students were there, doing different activities, from reading to using the tennis court. I tried to avoid their gaze, but seeing as how I was dressed in a suit while everyone else had those school uniforms on, it felt a bit hard to keep out of sight. After a few seconds of silence about me, I heard people start to talk. Whoa, who is he? I don't know, but whoever he is, I hope he's in my class. Geez, that guy is attractive. Is he a new teacher? Seems kinda young, don't you think? Wow, I hope he teaches me. Geez. Do these people have anything better to do? Who am I kidding? This is probably the highlight of their week. I continued to walk towards the back of the courtyard, seeing as how there were fewer people over there. Maybe then I could just relax. Hey! You, over there! A boy with a cartoonish face jogged over to me. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Mirio Togata. He waved enthusiastically. I felt like this guy didn't get out much. Hey, I replied with a forced smile. So what brings you to our school? He asked, looking me over. Well, I was sort of forced into coming here. Didn't have much of a choice when All Might steps in the room, am I right? I knew he wouldn't fully get what I was saying, though it was technically the truth. Yeah, being in the presence of the symbol of peace sure does make some people a bit impulsive. Are you currently attending classes? Not at the moment. Plus, the school's uniforms are garbage, so I asked the principal to bring me this instead. I motioned to my outfit, and he gave a slow nod. You can ask the principal for a suit? Yeah. I was on the phone with him earlier, and when I asked him about it, he wanted to know what mood the gathering was, like formal, semi-formal, or casual? I met him yesterday, so he knew what I looked like. I think it turned out pretty good. Yeah. I never knew the principal had such excellent taste, he complimented. Hey, would you like to come join me and my friends? You don't have to stay long, I just want to introduce you to them. Sure, I guess. He beckoned me to follow, and I did. You'll love them, I'm sure. Plus, it'll be good for one of them to branch out and grow a bit of confidence with others, he assured. As we walked, I noticed the starry-eyed looks from the girl students. Eventually, we came across a table secluded by some large bushes. Sitting there was Nijire. She looked over, her eyes widening. Oh my gosh, I was so worried about you. When the principal requested to speak with you alone, I thought he was going to, do something bad. She exclaimed, embracing me in a tight hug. A blush formed on my face as I hesitantly returned the hug. Yeah, no, he just wanted to clear things up with me about the whole situation. Sorry to have made you worry, I comforted. She didn't break the hug, and I felt her hands start to move around my back. That's enough, Nijire. I know he looks good in a suit, but you don't have to be like that. Mirio joked, causing her cheeks to turn bright red. Mirio, you idiot, she yelled defensively. So, wait, is this the guy? Mirio trailed off, looking at her. She nodded behind her hands, which were still clasped around her flushed cheeks. Wow, I can't believe it. Thank you so much for helping her. You're a true hero, man, he complimented, though it made me feel uncomfortable. It's no problem, I said, turning to her. By the way, how are you feeling? I'm doing a lot better. Thank you, she replied, her hands still around her face. So, I'm kinda curious. Nijire never stopped talking about you after yesterday. What did you do that made her so? Mirio, I swear I will make your life a living hell if you finish that sentence, she screamed, her threatening face surprisingly cute. Geez, all right, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. He looked around for a moment, confusion spreading across his face. Where's Tamaki? When he saw you two coming, he ran away. I think he's inside now, she said casually. Darn, I was really hoping I could have him meet. What is your name? Izuku. I forced out. He gave a small look of concern before brushing it off. Well, Izuku, I wanted to thank you again for helping out Nijire. I hope you don't mind, but would you like to spar? Mirio. Nijire shouted again. Why do you always ask that immediately after meeting someone? Sorry, I can't help it, he grinned sheepishly. Sure, I'm down. They both looked at me. Seriously? Thank you, he said. Nijire gave me the same look she just gave Mirio, and I laughed. What's so funny? She pouted, making me laugh a bit harder. Nothing. I brushed it off. So, where are we going to spar? Probably the gym. Don't tell me your quirk just yet. I want to see it in action, he requested. Ooh, yeah, you never did tell me your quirk. This is going to be awesome, Nijire said happily, her pout replaced with a bright smile. I guess I'll need to follow you to the gym then, I said, rubbing the back of my head. Yeah. Let's go, Mirio said enthusiastically. I really hoped I wouldn't get in trouble for doing this. A few minutes later, we arrived at the school gym. It was massive, with the main room being bigger than a few city blocks. Just standing near the building was daunting, and that didn't even describe it fully once we entered. Unfortunately, Nijire may have hyped our sparring match a little too much, because tons of students had come to watch. If I had known at the time that he was a part of the Big Three, I probably wouldn't have accepted the deal to fight. Word doesn't just reach students. A few teachers were there as well. Currently, the DMNTRX woman and the blonde guy were supervising the match, raising the crowd's excitement even more. Well, I guess we can't back down now, Mirio said sheepishly, watching the crowd gather. Yeah, well, I figured, with you being a member of the Big Three, that word of someone challenging you would spread fast, I replied. He nodded and started walking toward the arena. And it looks like our competitors have arrived. Member of the Big Three, star student Mirio Togata, facing off against an unnamed competitor. Who will win? No one knows, the blonde guy yelled. The cheering intensified, and I sighed in relief that he didn't name me in front of all these people. Wait, you're going nameless? Why? Mirio asked. I'll tell you some other time. You ready? I asked, lowering into a fighting position. Definitely, he smirked as he also got into position. All right, it looks like these two are ready. On the right, Mirio Togata. On the left, a handsome man in semi-formal attire. We will go until one or both are unable to continue fighting, the lady yelled. A small blush formed on my cheeks at being called handsome, though I quickly pushed that thought aside. This was supposed to be a quick sparring match, not some major event. I noticed a girl holding up a phone, likely recording or streaming this. I guess it is kind of a big deal now. On the count of 3, our competitors will start the match. Ready? 3, 2, 1. A cool feeling rushed into my head, and I closed my eyes. I felt him running, way faster than I anticipated, over to me. Starting with a right hook, huh? Well, I'll just do this. When he was just a few meters away, I shifted my body to grab onto him, looking more like a hug. I spun around once I had him and threw him into the ground. Oh, look at that, folks. He got past the first attack. This is going to be interesting. Wait, most people don't make it past the first attack? What a bunch of wimps. I felt him move again and jumped to avoid him trying to sweep my legs. Activating my telekinesis quirk, I pushed us both back by about 20 meters. And he manages to recover instantly. He's fighting with his eyes closed. What? I heard Mirio yell. I felt him getting back up, launching toward me with greater speed. It felt like he was going to try and use his legs next, so I needed to dodge like this. I felt him trying to kick the side of my stomach, so I pushed that part of my body out, hearing it whoosh past its target. Now, he was going for my face. I bent backward, managing to just miss his leg again. What is happening? I heard a slap from the other part of the room. Looks like the blonde forgot they were in a school. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect you to be this good, Mirio said, his voice a bit ragged. Likewise. It's nice to see someone keep up with me, I taunted. Well, I guess I'll stop going easy then. I guess it's a good thing I changed into my hero costume, he said, though I hadn't realized he had changed. Yeah, let's not hold back anymore, I said, feeling my hands burn with energy. I pushed the energy out, hearing it crash into the opposite wall of the stadium. It didn't hit him. Wait, where did Togata go? I opened my eyes to see a distinct lack of my opponent. Looking around the arena, I only saw the anticipated onlookers watching from the sidelines. I started walking forward, only to feel a foot to my back. Before I could even think, I was sent flying to the other side of the stadium. Phew, didn't mean to hit you that hard. Mirio called out from the other side. I stood up, pulling my tie off and throwing it aside. How did you do that? I asked, walking toward him. My quirk, of course. I call it permeation. It allows me to make my body pass through anything, like the ground. Then, I get rocketed back up to the surface after I loosen my quirk's power, he explained, before clapping a hand over his mouth. I probably shouldn't have told you that. He gave a sheepish grin. You probably shouldn't have told me that. I repeated, assuming the same position as before. I closed my eyes again, but I didn't sense any movement from Mirio. You have multiple quirks, he observed, causing me to open my eyes. Yeah. How many? I smirked. Where's the fun in giving it away? He chuckled along with me. Promise to tell me afterwards, okay? Sure. Although, it may be a little while before you're able to hear me out, what with me winning and all. My smirk grew wider. You sure hold strong to your act, all right. I'll make sure I beat it out of you, though, he retorted. Who said it was an act? And with that final remark, I charged at him. He lunged in my direction, only for me to see him sink into the ground. So he's going to come up to attack me. Like last time, he'll probably aim for the back. I kicked my leg back around, where Togata had just emerged. I felt my leg land, and heard a grunt from him. You good? I asked. Why not yeah? Nice kick, he complimented. Standing up straight again, he lunged forward to punch me, but I grabbed his hand and threw him back, sending him the other way. He stomped on the ground, launching himself back towards me with his leg outstretched. I grabbed his leg and twisted, throwing him pretty far in the other direction. I heard a gasp from the crowd and looked back at him. He was breathing hard, clutching his leg and grunting through clenched teeth. Hey, can you walk? I asked, walking over to him. Doesn't look like it, he forced out. You did good. Yeah. Though I went a bit too far. Here, let me take a look. I knelt down and pressed my hand on his knee. He yelled out in pain and recoiled away from me. Please, just let me see it. Don't move it away, no matter how much it hurts, got it? I asked. He nodded, bringing his leg towards me again. I pressed my hand on his leg once more, and he didn't move it this time. I felt around and discovered a big fracture and several small bone pieces floating around in his leg. Wow, I didn't mean to hurt you this bad. Just hold on. I shifted my hands so my palms were directly on the fracture. I activated my healing quirk, and a warm, bubbly feeling drifted into my head. I heard him grunt as I pressed harder on his leg. It was a strange sensation. I felt all the little pieces of his bone shift to realign themselves with the main fracture, and the fracture began to close. Tiredness engulfed me as I released the quirk. I fell back on the ground, breathing hard, and I felt him move around his leg. He slowly stood up, took a few steps, and then came over to me, holding out his hand. Thanks for that. Man, you sure are powerful, he chuckled. The crowd erupted into cheers, and the announcers were awestruck. Well, that was awesome. The perfect way to end this battle, the blonde said. I took his hand, but another wave of exhaustion hit me as I was hoisted up. I almost collapsed again, but Mirio put my arm around his shoulders and helped me out of the gym. That was amazing. Immediately after I left the gym, I was tackled by a girl with periwinkle hair. Thanks, Nijire. I had a lot of fun. I mumbled tiredly. She immediately let go, a huge blush coating her face. Why, it was really fun to watch too. She directed that towards both of us, pulling her hair over her cheeks. Yeah. Up until the end, I was really fighting hard. You were really fun to spar with, man. He clapped my back and I gave him a small smile. I haven't had a fight that intense in years. Even with the teachers, it didn't. Wait, what teachers? Never mind. It was nothing important. I quickly choked out, though I knew it made me sound suspicious. No, I think I'd like to know, Mirio said wearily, giving me a suspicious look. Look, I'll tell you later, okay? Right now, I'm really tired. Oh yeah, when you healed him. How does that work? Nijire asked, suddenly much more animated. One of my quirks is Recharge, which, allegedly, should allow me to heal my wounds by using the energy in my body. Back there, I wanted to see if things I was touching could also get healed, I explained. Apparently it worked. However, it uses up a lot more energy because of the increased mass of the object being healed. Well, that's really cool, she exclaimed. Yeah. How do you have more than one quirk? Mirio asked. Ooh, I was just about to ask that. You look like you had 3 or 4. How? Also tell you that later, I replied hastily. Are classes still in for first years? They looked at me skeptically. Yeah. Shouldn't you know that? Mirio's voice was filled with suspicion. Right, of course. I guess I got hit harder than I thought. I covered. But I never hit your. Well, I'm gonna head back to my dorm now. Gotta rest up for class when I feel a bit better. Bye. And before Mirio could ask any more questions, I practically bolted away. Then I remembered I was incredibly tired, so I slowed down. Checking behind me, I could see they weren't directly following me. Activating another quirk, I felt the same cool liquid as earlier enter my brain. 2 people were behind me, moving slowly in the same direction. I stopped, turned around, and opened my eyes. I felt the figures stop. Wrong way, Izuku, Mirio said. What? Yeah, sorry about that. I trailed off, unable to come up with a good excuse. So how could you mix up the back of the school for the way to the dorms? Mirio crossed his arms. Our previous mood had shifted to suspicion and hesitance. Think, Izuku, think. I urged myself. What's more suspicious is how we barely know anything about you. Mirio stepped forward, and though I considered stepping back, I stood my ground. Well, we just met after all. That's how friendships work, learning more about people over time and hanging out based on common interests. Good friendships aren't built on withheld information, he countered. We just want to know more about you, Izuku. Why is that so hard to ask? Nijire chimed in, her expression filled with disappointment. My heart sank at the sight of her dejected eyes. A million different outcomes raced through my mind. I could get punched, they might stop being my friends, I could lose Nijire forever, or Niza might try to restrain me, leading to chaos. The possibilities were overwhelming. I'm going to ask these questions again, and I want you to be honest with us. Nothing bad will happen if you just come clean, Mirio reassured me. Please, Izuku. Just tell us. Nijire pleaded, her voice trembling. In that moment I felt like I was breaking. I wanted them to know, but I feared they would leave me if I did. I didn't want her out of my life. Fine, I finally said. Let's go back to the courtyard. We can sit there and I can tell you. They nodded, and we walked toward the courtyard. I hoped this would give me enough time to think about how to say what I needed to say in the safest way possible. We're here. Now, talk to us about it. I snapped out of my thoughts and looked around, surprised by how quickly we had arrived. Okay. Here, sit down. We settled in, and they eagerly awaited my explanation. Okay, so I need you guys to stay calm, okay? Don't freak out. I checked to see if they were ready. I'm a villain. Shock covered their faces, just as I had expected. I noticed Mirio instinctively raise his arm to shield Nijire, and my heart plummeted. How are? Mirio stammered, clearly confused. I'll explain, just lower your arm, okay? I'm not going to hurt her. I assured him. He kept his arm up, which bothered me. A small heat trickled into my palm, and I instinctively moved my fingers. His arm mirrored the motion, and he looked at it, puzzled, before turning back to me with an unreadable expression. Sorry, but you guys don't need to worry, or anything, okay? I tried to reassure him, but I felt resistance against my telekinetic quirk. Why shouldn't I? There's a villain in my school, with abilities that surpass one of the strongest students attending. He was starting to panic, struggling against my telekinetic hold. I glanced at Nijire and motioned for her to move away from Mirio. Nijire, don't, he yelled. She looked conflicted, glancing between us. I could see the plea in my eyes as she looked my way, while he stared back with furrowed brows. Slowly, she began to inch away from Mirio. Nijire. Mirio's voice was filled with concern, and I felt his power grow against my telekinesis. What are you planning? He demanded. I was going to release my hold on you, but I wanted her to move to a safer spot first, I confessed. For a moment, he was frozen in shock, and I took that opportunity to lower my grip. He lifted his arms, moving them around before clenching his fists. After a moment of conflict, he relaxed his fists into his lap. Thank you. I sighed in relief and turned to Nijire. Are you okay with me continuing, or are you going to try and throw a few punches beforehand too? I joked. She shook her head vigorously, signaling me to go on. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I honestly couldn't recall the specific questions they asked, but I knew I needed to explain. First off, I'd like to know how you're here in the first place, Mirio asked. Short version or long version? I replied. I'm down for story time, if you are, Mirio. Nijire added. Sure, why not, he said, settling back. Well, after saving Nijire, I decided to walk her back to where she needed to go to make sure she didn't try anything else. Unfortunately, that happened to be UA. At the time, I was still on everyone's minds since I had just done some things. So it was probably the worst possible choice for me to make. However, I wasn't able to change my mind. Anyways, I broke our gaze, looking down at my feet. When I got to you today, I noticed that Nijire was eager to spend more time with me, so I did the most logical thing I could think of. I found a way to get us both through the front gate security. I paused, giving Mirio time to process the information. After a few seconds, he nodded. So, I was taking her to the teacher's lounge, where she could get directions to her teacher. We ran into Principal Nizu, who recognized me from the security tapes from one of my previous encounters. I cleared my throat, and he asked us to come with him to his office. So then what? Mirio sat up. Well, after he sent Nijire off, he confronted me about my past and offered me a position in their villain rehab program. I declined, of course, so he called for the teachers to come detain me. So is this the part about you fighting with the teachers? Nijire asked. Yeah. I sort of took them all out. I rubbed the back of my neck. Incredible. They both said under their breath, bringing a slight blush to my face when I heard Nijire say it. Yeah, well, anyways, when All Might showed up, I figured I would rather not get punched by him, and decided to just cut my losses and try it out. So, technically, you are a student here. So, are you not attending class? Mirio asked. Well, yeah. You see, after All Might flew me over to get what I needed, they asked me to stay in the dorm for a week, or until I showed them that I wouldn't cause any trouble. Wait. All Might flew you to your base? They both exclaimed. What? No, just to grab a package from the roof Nijire was on. I bit my tongue. Should I tell them everything? What? Come on, please tell me. Nijire begged, and I looked back into her eyes again. Fine. I took a deep breath. So, in order to understand the rest of what I'm going to tell you, you're going to need to understand why I was on that roof to begin with. I said. They nodded. Well, I had just seen a really close friend of mine get hurt. I forced out. Mirio's face stayed blank, and I heard a small gasp from Nijire. It was around an hour before I met you, Nijire. I went to go get another quirk. I confessed, and their eyes went wide again when I saw the small clinic he lived in was wrecked. Wait, so you can receive quirks? How is that even possible? Nijire asked. Well, illegal quirk trading. I whispered. What? I said, illegal quirk trading. I forced out. That's really a thing? Nijire asked. Yeah. My friend was involved in the business. In exchange for information and other favors, he would allow me to order a quirk of my choice. Wow, that's messed up. Nijire said, her expression a mix of disbelief and concern. Yeah. But when you're on the streets, trying to survive, every edge counts. I looked away dejectedly. So, what happened next with your friend? Mirio asked. Well, he gave me the quirk I wanted, the same quirk I used on you when I accidentally fractured that bone in your leg. He also gave me. Well, it's not important, but that was the crate I had on the roof. I'd like to know what's in the crate, Izuku. Nijire pressed. That is something I can't just openly share. I said. Well, then tell me what quirks you have. She asked instead. Well, I have telekinesis, which you've seen in action. Then, recharge, which is a healing quirk. It allows me to convert a large portion of my energy into my cells, which helps me heal. It's a bit more complicated than that, but that's all I know. Then, volume, which allows me to control the level of sound objects make. Like, when I fought that guy who screams a lot, I put my hand over his mouth, and when I took it away, he couldn't talk. Then I have radar, which, when I close my eyes, lets me see who is where they are going and can predict what they are doing. I can convert a large portion of my energy into a concussive blast, like the one I tried to use on you during the match. I can also fire that energy wave downward to propel myself into the air for a few seconds, but I can only use it consecutively a few times before I get too tired. Oh, and I can teleport too. I think that's everything? I finished. Wow. That's... Mirio paused. Awesome. Nijire screamed. Wadash. Yeah. You have so many amazing quirks. It's really cool. She said, though immediately after she grew a huge blush and hid behind her hair. Thanks. If I may ask, which one of those is the quirk you manifested when you were younger? Mirio asked. Sirbi, do I? But I looked at Nijire, who was practically bouncing with anticipation. Oh, what the hell? Actually. And none of them. I forced out. They were quiet for a second. So, did you not tell? Nijire, it means he never manifested a quirk. Mirio corrected. Well, I couldn't really read her face, but she sort of looked. Surprised, obviously, but also worried? Confused? Yeah, well, we can't all be born with quirks. I added in an attempt to move off the topic. All those quirks you have, they were all given to you, she said weakly, and I nodded. Suddenly she tackled me. Why would you do that to yourself? I mean, genetically altering yourself like that, that's dangerous. You could have. I felt a bead of water drip onto my shirt, and my eyes widened. She was crying? For me? Hey, it's okay. No, it's not. What if the quirks backfired on you? What if something reacted with your other quirk, and you blew up? What if? She continued to cry into my chest, causing confusion and worry to spike in my head. Hey! She looked up at me. I'm fine, see? There's nothing to worry about. I said soothingly, deepening our embrace. She tensed for a moment, but then melted into my hug, crying into my shoulder. I rubbed my hands on her back to soothe her, which eventually worked. What's in the box? She asked. Nijire. I hesitated. What's in the box, Izuku? I tensed as I saw Mirio sit up, wearing a worried expression. I sighed. If it would get her to stop crying. The doctor's latest shipment of quirks, I said finally. I felt a small gasp escape her lips, and Mirio's eyes widened. WWH, she asked. While I was at the clinic, the doctor gave me the latest shipment of quirks he was going to sell. He didn't want them in other people's hands, so he entrusted them to me. I felt her tighten her grip around me. If I ever see you using any of those, I will make you regret it. She gave me a serious look, which was more cute than threatening. Her brows were furrowed, and her face was in an angry pout, but her eyes told me how much I needed to worry. You should really work on your threatening face. I commented, and her expression shifted to confusion. What? You need to work on not making it so cute. Then I would take you seriously. I added, and a huge blush flared up on both our faces. Well, I think I should go. We turned to see Mirio dusting off his breathes. What? Already? Nijire asked. Yeah. I wouldn't want to. Get in the way, he replied with a smirk. Mirio. Her face flushed as she gave that same cute pout. Are you sure? I asked. Well, after that whole thing, I think I trust you enough to not cause any harm. However, he crouched down to look me in the eyes, wearing a serious glare. If you even try to hurt her, I will make sure your body is never found. Got it? I gulped and nodded. His frown was replaced with a mischievous smirk as he stood up to leave. And Nijire? He asked. Why yeah. Try not to get too comfortable, okay? I wouldn't want to be an uncle just yet. Mirio, I swear, she yelled. She tried to hit him with her quirk, but he just dodged and laughed harder. In that moment, I noticed just how close we were. Her legs were wrapped around my lower torso, and her body pressed against mine. Her hair draped over us, shielding us from view, but it was almost too much, and I felt a different kind of warmth travel down my body. She pulled away, looking into my eyes with a sweet smile, though her face was flushed and her eyes were puffy and red. Hey! Hey, I replied, my stutter returning. Did you think it's all right if we stay like this for a bit longer? She asked. What? I don't really want to leave you right now. It's perfectly fine if you don't like it, though. I wouldn't want to force you to keep hugging me. And if you feel uncomfortable, I should stop, right? Yeah, I cut her off by deepening the hug, earning a small gasp from her before she giggled and hugged me back. Then, she trailed off, sighing into my chest. Unfortunately, it was at that moment she noticed just how close we were, and heat flared up in her face as she scrambled away. Sorry. Oh my gosh, sorry. I didn't mean, She stuttered, turning shades of red as she pressed down on her skirt. Hey, it's fine. It was an accident, right? I tried to reassure her, though my brain wasn't helping. Why? Yeah, sorry, she apologized. We sat in silence for a moment, each of us slowly trying to recover from that awkward moment. Eventually, I felt her scoot close again, sitting next to me and laying her head on my shoulder. I hesitantly put an arm around her and rested my head on top of hers. Can we stay like this? She asked again, her voice a bit shaky. Of course, I said, squeezing her shoulder gently. She responded by nuzzling her head into the crook of my neck, and I let out a small hum in response. Well, this is my stop. I was currently walking Nijire back to her dorms after a wonderful afternoon in the courtyard. She was skipping slightly in her step, meaning she also happened to enjoy our time together, which made me happy. Already? I whined. She gave a playful glare and twirled around to face me. Yep. Lucky for you, mister, I happen to not have classes today, so you should be thankful, she said. Well, lucky for you, miss, I never have class, so you can see me whenever you want, I attempted to flirt. Is this a good thing for me or for you? She jabbed back. I'd like to think we both benefit, for one reason or another, I replied, and she gave a goofy smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. Well then, I guess I'll see you around. She attempted to be flirtatious, but it was clear she was flustered. I laughed at her attempt, which made her stop. Oh, come on. You knew it was good, she pouted, crossing her arms defensively. So you were trying to grab my attention? I asked playfully, making her blush grow deeper. It's all right. It definitely worked, so I won't hold it against you. I flirted back, lowering my voice slightly. She let out a squeak as I finished, making me laugh and pull away. Well, I'll see you around, Nijire, I said as I stepped back a little further. She turned to walk into her dorm room, but before I knew what was happening, I felt her soft lips pressed onto my cheek. She pulled away, her face flushed and sporting a goofy smile, before she waved and walked into the building. I continued to stare at the door long after it was closed, reaching up to touch the spot where her lips had touched. That went. Well, I started to walk around, trying to find the 1A dorms, though with Nijire clouding my mind, it was a bit harder than expected. Eventually, I found my way to Heights Alliance and walked up to the door. I was so focused on what happened in the last few hours that I completely missed the lights on and the motion beyond the windows. I opened the door and walked inside. The front hall was empty, so I continued on my way to my dorm. As I reached the part where the entrance to the common room and the stairs met, I went in the direction of the stairs. Halt! I froze, looking to where that sound came from. A guy with tamed blue hair and glasses was running over to me. I demand to know who you are, and your purpose here in these dorms, especially at a time like this, he yelled, waving his arms around animatedly. Well, he's definitely a character. I decided to ignore him and continue walking, but I was stopped when he put his hand on my shoulder. Instinctively, I grabbed his hand and twisted it awkwardly. He made a small yelp and I released it. Ida, stop harassing him. I looked over to see a group of girls, and the one who called him out had pink skin and small horns. Excuse me? I'm the one harassing him? I was merely asking why he's here, and he twisted my hand. Ida defended. I took this as my opportunity to leave, but was stopped by a few students coming down the stairs to check out the commotion. One had spiky red hair, and another was a girl with earphone jacks on her ears. Whoa, who's the guy? The red-haired kid asked. That is what we are trying to figure out. He is being very rude, Ida said, massaging his wrist. What a bunch of idiots. I looked up, seeing a balcony-like area overlooking the common room. Next to that were a few pillars. Walking over, I used telekinesis to float myself up a bit before grabbing the bottom part of the rail. I released and pulled myself up, swinging my legs over the side and climbing over. Wah, I demand you come down here this instant. Ida yelled. I responded by flipping him off, and the other kids let out a few snickers at the sight of Ida fuming. I just walked away and back to my dorm room. Geez, that kid was annoying. That I demand you come down here this instant. The strange boy responded by flipping Ida off, which caused him to practically explode with anger. That wasn't very manly, you know, the red-haired boy said to Ida. I was merely requesting an introduction. We should go after him and demand an answer. Ida yelled, emphasizing his words with hand gestures. We could also ask him to strip for us, the pink-skinned girl chimed in from the couch. Mina, the girls yelled, causing her to shrink back in her seat. I mean, you saw him too, right? I hope he's in our class. She sighed dreamily. I'm going to have to agree with you there, Mina. Mina and an invisible girl started squealing together, causing the other girls to facepalm. But just who was he? And why is he here? Ida asked. Wait, you don't think? The spiky-haired kid paled a bit. Could he be the student Mr. Aizawa was talking about? The boy with split hair asked. The villain? Everyone shouted. I mean, the only other explanation for why he's here is if he's seeing a friend. But why wouldn't he just come outright and say that? The split-haired boy continued to ponder. That would make the most logical sense, Todoroki. However, I don't necessarily want to bias our thoughts on this student based on speculation, a girl with a ponytail said. However, it does look like he's the student. Man, he really didn't want to talk to us that much? The spiky-haired kid asked. Seems like it. He didn't even try to ask us to move. As soon as his first exit was blocked, he found another one and took it, the ponytail girl remarked. That's pretty manly, the spiky-haired kid marveled. And very dangerous. If this student has that level of problem-solving skills, he must have been doing this type of thing for years before coming here, Todoroki said. So, what? Do we just leave him alone? A girl with short brown hair asked. We have to. We don't know how he'd react to us paying him a visit, so the safest option is to let him be, Todoroki concluded. I guess. But I hope he joins our class soon. Mina and the invisible girl started squealing again, much to the annoyance of the other students. And so, some of the students of Class 1A encountered the mysterious student. Izuku's POV. Man, that was a pain. I definitely could have played that better. If I had, maybe I wouldn't have even gotten caught. So much for not seeing them yet. I went into my dorm room, making sure the other end was unlocked, just in case I wanted to sneak out. I undid the buttons on my vest, tossing it into a small hamper the school provided. I then removed my shirt, also throwing it in the hamper. I sat on my bed, staring at nothing in particular. My mind flashed back to Nijire hugging me, pressed up against me like she never wanted to let go. Panicked-brained stuff, and the way her skirt rode up against her long legs. Brain, I swear, if you give me another thought, I will end you. That would also kill you, you know. I don't care. Just stop. With that, lay back on my bed, frustrated. I looked at my watch. Maybe I should call Kurogiri? I pressed the contact button and sat back up. The phone rang once before I heard him pick up. Geez, kid, how are you? They haven't brainwashed you yet, have they? His worried voice immediately asked. I'm fine. No need to worry. How are things? I asked. I told Shigaraki you decided to take a break after. You know. So we were planning to infiltrate the genius office ourselves. We're heading out 2 days from now to give us enough planning time, he said. Good. How is OL Shiggy doing? I asked. He's better now that you're gone. He keeps rambling about not needing the help of some waste of space brat, he chuckled. Yeah, well, he always did hate me. I laughed with him. So, why are you calling? Have you started classes yet? He asked. No, I was too busy fighting the upperclassmen and getting into awkward situations, I said, which wasn't a lie, though it made my day seem pretty weird if I just said that. You'd better be joking. Kurojiri warned. Well, I did do those things, but the upperclassman I fought came to me to ask if I wanted to spar, and the situation with the girl was complicated, I said. Oh, okay. I guess I'm proud of you for finally becoming more confident. Remember when Toga tackled you, and you almost fainted? Yes, I remember. Please. I thought we weren't going to bring that up. But it was the first time you'd actually been in close proximity with a girl. It's exciting for a pseudo-dad, he chuckled. Yeah, whatever. Do you like her? What? You heard me. Do you like the girl you were with, or was it just a one-off thing? I don't know. Do I? I mean, she's really nice and sweet, and I flirted with her a bunch. Yeah, I think I do, I finally answered. Is she in the hero course? Yeah. One of the top 3 students in the school, actually. I answered truthfully. Good. Way to go, he said happily before clearing his throat. Dumb. Falling in love with a hero is. He tried to force out before sighing. I can't do it, kid. If she makes you happy, I say go for it. Screw being a villain. W-dash. Yes, you heard me. Don't let us hold you back, kid. I thought for a moment. Is he for real? B, but I thought dash. I don't care. Does she make you happy? Why, yeah. Does she know that you're a villain? Why, yeah. Does she care? And not that I know of. She does care about me. When I told her about my quirks, she started crying and told me off. Do you care about her? Yeah, I do. Do you see yourself with her in the future? What? Answer the question. Why, yeah, I think so. Then I say go for it, kid. Screw being a villain if you could be with someone you love. I love. You heard me. B, but we've only known each other for a few days. Sometimes that's all it takes, kid. We sat in silence for a few seconds. Listen. I've gotta go. We're dealing with the weapons tonight, so I have to prepare in case things go south. Do you have a laptop with you? Yeah, it's on my desk. Good. I'll wire you the money when we're done. Make sure to use NordVPN when receiving the money. Why wouldn't I? With their military-grade encryption software, highly safe anti-data tracking, and all for the price of a cup of coffee, it's the easiest way for me to be safe while on the internet, I said. Plus, you can send your clouded data anywhere in the world, making it harder for attackers to locate and extract it. And it changes the region on your devices, allowing you to watch shows hidden behind Netflix's region lock, Kurojiri said. And kid? Yeah. I asked. You got this. As long as you don't get too caught up in anything and blow it, I think what you have with her could be really special. Thanks, Kuro. Anytime, kid. Bye. And with that, the line went dead. I laid down again, repeating in my head the things Kurojiri said. So, I love her? But it's only been a few days, that can't. That doesn't. Sometimes that's all it takes, kid. His words rang in my head over and over, like an inescapable cacophony of surprisingly effective dating advice. But, my mind filled with the image of her smile and her innocent blue eyes staring up at me. Her playful attitude, the way she cared about my well-being, and how she cried when I told her about my struggles to get where I am. How she cared about me for me and not. I sighed, covering my eyes with my hands. Hey, Izuku? My childhood friend walked up to my younger self confidently, with his small group of neighborhood kids trailing behind. Hey, Kaken. Holy wow, your quirk is amazing. How did you do that? I asked, looking completely bewildered by my friend's quirk. Here, let me show you. He held out his hand, and small sparks started to fly off. As he continued, the sparks grew bigger. That's amazing. When I get my quirk, I want it to be just as strong. I yelled. Yeah, whatever. Whatever power you end up with, it'll never be as strong as me. He boasted. Well, that doesn't matter. I'll still save people with a smile on my face. We both will. I said, and we both smiled. The scene shifted. I was now a few weeks older, and I watched as my face slowly broke into tears. The doctor's unamused face looked back at my mother and me, telling us about my lack of a quirk. Sorry, kid. It isn't going to happen, he said in a flat tone. But both my husband and I have quirks. Isn't there something? My mother called out with a worried expression. Ma'am, you see. He went on to explain the situation as I sat there, motionless, holding a bear with half black, half white fur. Oh, well, I think we should be going now. My mother's voice was a bit deeper now, quivering slightly. That you should. Sorry, kid, he said again, before ushering us out of the door. I remember the drive home being silent, the only noise coming from outside the car. When we arrived at our house, I trudged through the driveway and to the front door, where my mother shakily unlocked it. I placed the half-black, half-white bear next to the others, who still maintained the same shape, only with minor coloration differences. I liked to pretend they all had different voices and personalities, playing with them as if we were in a school or sometimes on a beach in my room. Izuku? See, come here, please. My mother called from the other room. I slowly made my way to the living room, only to be pushed down on the ground. You had one purpose. And you messed everything up. My mother yelled through gritted teeth. Why are you? I was cut off as I was thrown to the ground again. But because you ruined your father's and my chance of a good life. You were supposed to become a hero. You were supposed to make our lives easy. She screamed, and I just sat there, crying, red marks on my arms from where I landed and parts of my body in pain. I can still be a hero, though. I just have to work hard and, slap, I raised a hand to my cheek, which now stung. I looked back up at my mom as she stalked off to vent elsewhere. I simply cried. My eyes shot open, and I frantically looked around. Everything in the room was the same. The small window had midday light seeping through it, which meant I slept later than I wanted to. I looked down, seeing my bed drenched in a pool of sweat. Cringing a bit, I got off my bed and looked around for something to clean the sheets, but found nothing. Eventually, I opened the closet to see an assortment of different suits, vests, blazers, and casual tees, all perfectly matched. A small shelf under these shirts sported various types of dress briefs, jeans, sweatpants, and shorts. Next to those were two belts, a thicker black one with a silver buckle and a gray pleated belt with a custom metal buckle. Next to that were some socks and undergarments, and then a few pairs of both dress shoes and, from the looks of it, pretty cool casual shoes. Rifling through the torso wear, I found a really nice bluish-white denim jacket, next to a white tee with a black asymmetric design. Picking that up, I then found a pair of ripped black jeans. Finally, I grabbed a pair of black socks and a pair of casual checkered shoes. I decided to call the principal to ask about fashion. I just wanted to see what he'd say, to be honest. After a few rings, I heard him pick up. I was just about to call you, young man. There are beanies in a small compartment under the shelf. Pick the gray one. Flare the jacket a few times to straighten it. And if you're wearing a belt, choose the thicker, darker one. The pleated look fits better with the tan leather, so keep that in mind. Any other questions? What? And no, nothing at all. I paused for a few seconds to think it over. Wait, can you see me right now? Well, no, but I had a sort of intuition about what type of outing you are going for today, as well as a general idea of why you called. The first thing to catch your eye was the light blue denim. Yes. Yeah, you nailed it. Good. The door to your dorm should be unlocked, since you failed to do so when you came back in the previous evening, and I trust you to stay safe. No gloves. Classes for you are going to start tomorrow, so be prepared. Wait, class. I half yelled. Well, after that little show you put on for the third years with Togata, I figured you would be okay starting classes soon, since you can keep your cool around the other students. Actually, I ran into them yesterday. I decided to bring up. Really? Well, I didn't get any calls last night, so I trust you didn't cause any trouble? His unusually chipper voice felt unsettling when addressing my expected behavior. No, just flipped the blue-haired kid off for bothering me. He paused for a second. Yes, well, young Ida can be a bit animated at times. But he means well. I'll have to take your word for it. I'm going to take a shower, change, and then head out. Are third years still out of class? I asked, hoping they were. Unfortunately, no. And the only way they can be released is through a special circumstance, such as injury, disruptive behavior, or Recreational association with out-of-class personnel during the training PRD at Gym Gamma that happens to start in 45 minutes. Sorry. I could hear the mischievous grin on his face. What would happen if, say, the third were to happen? I asked. Well, the 2 students would have to be brought out to the courtyard for the rest of the PRD. The training peers last a few hours, he continued, practically giggling with how much fun he was having. Oh, well, that would be a shame if it were to happen. I have to go get ready, but thank you for the fashion advice. Anytime. And with that, the line went dead. Thanks. I smiled and went towards the bathroom to take a shower. After I finished changing, and the beanie was placed securely on my head, I turned to leave, before freezing in my place. These outfits weren't here when I left yesterday. Why didn't I notice it sooner? Maybe because the closet is so similar to the one I have at base? I quickly squatted down, where the Quirk box sat, allegedly unmoved. I reached over and pulled it back towards me, sitting it right in front. I carefully lifted the lid and let out a sigh of relief. I was about to close the box when one of the tags caught my eye. It was tilted up, so I could clearly read it, enhance. What? Like, enhance what? Strength? Speed? Brain power? I could feel curiosity spike in me. If I took this, then I could potentially have enhanced strength, which would be very useful. If I ever see you use any of those, I will make you regret it. Nijire's voice echoed in my mind. If she found out about this new quirk, she would be furious. I pocketed the syringe, making sure there was a needle cap on so it wouldn't leak. I'll ask her when we hang out. Taking a deep breath, I turned the knob on my dorm handle and exited into the hallway, only to be met with the faces of 3 of my classmates. Their faces froze as they saw me exit, but I merely shrugged. I closed my door behind me, made sure to leave it unlocked, and turned to leave. Hey! One of the students, a girl with short brown hair, was the first to speak up. Who are you? She asked. I gave her a side glance before starting to walk away. W8. I stopped again. You're in class 1A, correct? Our class, she asked, gaining a bit of confidence. I nodded and turned to leave again, though I knew I would be stopped once more. W8. Just stay here for a little longer. Please. What? I asked, my tone a mix of annoyance and lack of interest. Her face froze again, along with the other students who stayed back. I was wondering. Are you the student Mr. Aizawa was talking about? Of course you are. I was just wondering if what he said was true. I finished for her. She tensed but nodded. Well, that depends on what he said about me. Now I have to go. I straightened my jacket and walked away, surprised at how cold I sounded. I heard her return to her friends and decided to take a shortcut down. As I approached the balcony overlooking the common room, I saw more students, some cooking, others eating, and some chatting on the couches. I hoisted myself over the balcony, activated my telekinesis quirk, and floated down to the first floor. I always loved the silence that followed me when I entered a room. This time was no exception. As soon as I landed, everyone stopped talking to stare at me. I continued walking toward the door when suddenly, a huge wall of ice shot in front of me, blocking my path. I turned around to see the kid with 2 hair colors staring back at me. What? I said, my voice tinged with irritation. I won't let you leave, he declared. The nerve of this guy. That's okay. You don't have to. I charged my telekinesis, condensing the power, and walked closer to the ice. As I reached a certain distance, the ice began to shatter around me, forming a path. Another wave of ice shot at me as I neared the entrance, but it simply caved over me. Was that your plan? Encase me in ice? I asked. Someone has to stop you from leaving, he replied. Well, it's sad you thought that was enough. I increased my telekinesis energy and launched it outward, shattering all the ice. We scowled at each other, but I started walking again, only to be stopped by other students who decided to join in. We aren't going to let you leave here, the kid said again. Look, I decided to humor you guys for a bit since I have to kill some time. But now you're just being annoying, I replied. Why do you want to leave? He asked. I was going to see a friend. I wanted to ask her opinion on something and talk with her for a bit. Is that a problem, Candy Cane? Todoroki, he corrected through gritted teeth. Ah, Endeavor's son. This could be interesting. Does it look like I care? I asked. So can I leave, or are you going to waste your time and mine? Is your friend in the hero course? He pressed. That's my business, I said. Then I can't let you taint the mind of a student, he insisted. Does he know how ridiculous he sounds? I glanced at my watch. If it takes a few minutes to get to Gym Gamma and I've been here for around 7 minutes, I could stall for a bit longer. That's not your choice to make, half and half. I can do what I want, with or without your consent. Cease, and I do that too? A purple-haired kid asked, drooling slightly. I promptly tossed him aside. Strangely, nobody seemed to care. Who are you seeing? Todoroki asked again. Again, my business. Actually, maybe it wouldn't hurt to be a bit early, I said, looking out the window. Once more, Todoroki used his quirk to block the windows, preventing me from teleporting out, though I doubted he knew I had that ability. I don't think so. Who are you seeing? He pressed. If I tell you, will you let me go? No, he replied truthfully. Well then, what was the point of even asking? Then that information stays with me. I checked my watch again. It was almost time. Look, this talk was riveting. Really. But I'm going to be late if I stay and chat any longer. So, bye. I sent a shockwave of telekinesis throughout the room, breaking all the ice. I quickly aimed my teleportation power at the roof of the UA main building, a good position. Dark purple fog seeped out of my pores, and I watched as Todoroki's face turned into a deep scowl. I merely smiled before ending up on the roof of the school. Geez, and I thought I would be able to see Nijire this chapter. Oh well. I walked around a bit on the top of the school. It was really cool. I might even take Nijire with me if we have the time. I eyed Heights Alliance, waiting for Todoroki to come shooting his ice at me. Thankfully, he didn't, and I continued toward Gym Gamma. When I arrived at the edge of the school's roof, I noticed a class of third years heading towards Gym Gamma. I spotted Mirio, who stood out among the other students. Next to him was a skinny kid with black hair, who shrank behind Mirio, and my eyes caught on a large bed of periwinkle hair. Before I knew it, the purple fog released through my pores, and I found myself in front of the students. We stared awkwardly at each other for a few seconds. Mirio looked amazed, likely because of my teleport quirk demonstration. The kid with black hair squeaked and hid behind Mirio, though he was still plainly visible. Hey! I looked past Mirio to see a pair of gorgeous blue eyes as she ran up to me. I felt her tackle me, and before I knew it, we were on the ground. Hey, how are you? I asked her, my hand unintentionally resting on her outer legs, my thumb brushing circles above her knees. Better now. I didn't know you were coming, she said with a bright smile, completely unaware of our position. She looked down, then around, and immediately scrambled off me. Sorry, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Hey, it's all right. You were just happy to see me, that's all, I reassured her, though she hid her face behind her hair. What did you two get up to while I was gone? Mirio joked, before he was hit with a wave of yellow light. What is going on here? We all turned to see the duplicating guy from my first visit. Nijire tried to explain. That's it. Go to the courtyard for the rest of the PRD, he yelled, clearly not pleased with the situation, though I suspected he was aware this might happen. What? Nijire asked, confused. You heard me. Go, he insisted. I nodded in thanks, and he scoffed in response. What? Nijire was completely lost as the other students began to leave for the gym, glancing at us along the way. Just make sure you two don't get into too much more trouble, if you know what I mean, Mirio said jokingly as he started to get up. I noticed Nijire blush deeper, though she tried to mask it by holding up her hand threateningly. Her hand glowed with yellow light, and Mirio quickly understood. So, what just happened? Nijire finally asked me. I may or may not be on good terms with the principal, and he told me how to get you out of class, I confessed. Her eyes widened. What? This was all? And the principal? She asked in disbelief. Yeah, I'll explain once we're at the courtyard. Plus, I have something I want to ask you about, I said, patting my jacket for the syringe, which I found securely in my pocket. Okay, she replied, following me to the courtyard. When we arrived, we were surprised to find it completely empty. I thought it was the first year's day off. Did you orchestrate this too? She asked. Well, not exactly, though I have a feeling the principal did something to help. Help? With what? Nijire asked. Well, the sound of 2 helicopters interrupted me. I saw them overhead, carrying a large, slightly transparent black tarp. They released it, and it fell over the surrounding buildings, draping over the entrance to the courtyard behind us. The effect was immediate, darkening the courtyard and creating a cozy atmosphere. The floor near the fountain retracted, and a small covered table was pushed up, with 2 chairs on either side. Around the fountain were small metal poles with warm lights attached, and rose petals scattered throughout the stone. Did you plan this? Nijire asked, peeking through her hair. Oh, not that I know of, I answered truthfully. Sir? Miss Hado? We turned to see Lunch Rush in a tuxedo. Right this way, he said, leading us to the table. I pulled out a chair for Nijire, and she sat down. I then took my seat across from her as Lunch Rush poured water into glass cups, setting one down for each of us. I will be your waiter for this afternoon. Would you like your menus now or a bit later? He asked. I'd rather wait for a bit. Is that okay, Izuku? Nijire asked, and I nodded. If you need me, you may press the button on the side of your chair, he said, motioning to a small metal button. He bowed slightly and then disappeared beneath the floor. As soon as he left, we both blushed. So is this? She asked. I knew what she meant, and though I wasn't sure myself, I decided to tease her. Is it what? I asked, making her more nervous. Is it E-date? She stammered, incredibly flustered. I'm not entirely sure. Would you like it to be? I asked. She smiled at me. I'd love that. My heart skipped a beat at her words, and though I tried to keep my cool, it didn't quite work. So, how did you even do all of this? She asked. Well, to be honest, I sort of didn't. What do you mean? Well, I woke up and decided to ask Nizu about what to wear today. Of course, he gave me specific instructions on how to dress, like straightening the jacket and that a beanie would look really good, or that the black belt fits better than the gray pleated one. I get it, she giggled, cutting off my rambling. So what happened next? Well, after asking him about that, I inquired if the 3rd years were still out of class. He said no, and that the only way they could be excused is by a special circumstance, such as injury, disruptive behavior, or recreational association with out-of-class personnel during the training PRD at Gym Gamma that just so happens to start in 45 minutes. I quoted, He really told you that? The principal of our school purposefully sent us out together. She giggled again. It gets better. When I asked him about the consequence of the 3rd one, he told me that it was spending the rest of the PRD in the courtyard together, before laughing mischievously. Oh wow, that's incredible. Do you think he gives advice to girls as well? She asked, though she got flustered again. Why no, in case we do this again? Maybe we can call him later? Or would you like the outfit to be a surprise? I teased. Sitsu, shut up. Why, you're as bad as Mirio. She hid behind her hair. I reached over, pulling her hair out of her face and behind her ear. She looked up at me. Now I can see you, I stated calmly, though I didn't retract my hand right away, instead caressing my thumb over her cheek and then down to her jaw. When I pulled away, her brows furrowed slightly, but then went back to normal. What was that for? She asked. You kept hiding behind your hair. I know it's cute, but sometimes I'd rather see your whole face. She shook her head, trying to get rid of the blush, which made me laugh. We sat in silence for a few seconds, staring into each other's eyes. So, what did you want to talk about? She asked. Sirbi. Nothing. It can wait. I mentally slapped myself over and over. It sounds important. Please, she asked, giving me the biggest, brightest puppy dog eyes I've ever seen. And I couldn't say no. Fine. I said. Fishing for it in my pocket, I took it out, though I kept it hidden under the table. I tensed. What if she gets mad? Then it would be awkward, and she wouldn't have such a good time. What is it? Nijire asked. Bracing myself, I set it down on the table. There was a moment of silence, where I had my eyes firmly shut in case she decided to react unexpectedly. Izuku! I felt a hand clasped over mine. I opened my eyes, seeing Nijire sitting closer than before, holding my hand. You were going to ask my permission to use this quirk, weren't you? She said with a smile, though I noticed how sad it was. Do you mean it? How do I fix this? Yeah. It caught my eye when I opened the crate, and since I didn't want you finding out the hard way, I decided that when we were hanging out, I would bring it up and ask. Why did you hesitate? She asked. Well, the hangout turned into a date, and I wanted you to have a good time with me instead of worrying, I said, looking anywhere but her. Me and my stupid curiosity. She gave a small laugh and took hold of the syringe. It's smaller than I expected, she commented, turning it over in her hand. We could put it away and not think about it for tonight? I offered. She shook her head. No, I think we should make a decision. I sat in silence. Thank you for telling me first. It really means a lot, she said again. She pulled me closer into a hug, holding on fairly tight. Izuku, she asked. Yeah. Can I be the one to give it to you? She asked quietly. What? I pulled away from her. Well, you tried, anyway. She wouldn't let me go. Why? I asked. Think of it as a gift for our first date. She giggled, finally letting me go. Plus, it feels better in my head. Like, it's me helping you. All right. We can do it after we're done here. You can come over and help me with it, I offered. She nodded and gave me back the syringe. So, are we ready? Or do you want to talk a bit more? I asked. I think I'm ready. I pressed the small button on my chair, and a few moments later, Lunch Rush was lifted back up towards us, carrying 2 menus. These are for you. You may press the button again when you are ready to order, he said before disappearing again. Looking over the menu, I realized it was filled with everything. Pizzas, French cuisine, breakfast food, takeout. Wow! Nijire's eyes sparkled as she read over the menu. Wow indeed! We can have anything we want. I replied just as dreamily as her. We both laughed. I don't know. Do you just want to share a pizza? She said with a giggle. I think that's the safest bet, to be honest. I laughed. Plus, we could even move this over to the trees over there and have a picnic. I pointed to the back end of the courtyard. Oh, that's a great idea, she marveled, clapping her hands. What kind? I asked. She thought about it for a moment. Pepperoni and bacon? I love you. What? And nothing. That's perfect. I covered up. What the hell was that? What do you want to drink? I asked. Maybe a fruit smoothie? Those are really good, she thought out loud. Yeah, I think I'll get one of those, she decided. I pressed the button again, and the waiter returned. Are you ready to order? He asked. Yes. But, before that, I would like to ask if it's possible to move this over there, I pointed to the trees, and have a picnic. That is more than doable, sir. May I take your order now? He replied. A pepperoni and bacon pizza, please, I ordered. An excellent choice. And to drink? 2 fruit smoothies, please, I told him. Excellent. While we prepare your order, please feel free to find a spot for your picnic. He then disappeared again. I stood up, offering my arm to her. She blushed but took it, and we walked down the stone path around the fountain. As we walked, more lights illuminated our way. I guided her to a small patch of flat grass near the edge of the artificial hills. Is this a good spot? I asked. Yep. She could barely respond through her smile. Lunch Rush appeared again. Is this the spot you've chosen? He asked. Yep, I think this is it. The ground opened up, and a large blanket appeared, along with a wicker basket that smelled of bacon. Thank you. And please thank the principal, I said. Will do. Enjoy the rest of your time here. With that, he disappeared again. Shall we? I looked down to see an appealing smile on her face. We shall. I didn't mean to, it just happened. We were walking arm in arm down the path leading back to the dorms, having talked for hours about everything until it turned to evening. How do you accidentally shove a necklace into a CD player? I don't know. I was 5. She pouted, and we both burst into laughter again. How long did it take you to get it back? I asked. We didn't, actually. My parents were so tired from their jobs that we didn't even try. They just bought a new CD player and tossed it, she giggled. Did you get a new necklace? I asked. Well, no, but that doesn't matter, she said. I made a mental note to buy her a new necklace and shook my head. We arrived at the 3A dorms, but neither of us wanted to say goodbye. Hey, do you want to come with me to my dorm? We could talk there too, I asked. She immediately blushed, and I realized what I might have implied. No, just to talk. I assured her. Then, sure, she replied. We passed her dorm building, and through the window, I saw Mirio giving a thumbs up and a wink. Blushing, I looked down, and we fell into a comfortable silence. After a few minutes, we reached my dorm building. Oh, maybe we shouldn't go through the front door. What? Why not? She gave me a skeptical look. Oh, my classmates are sort of mad at me. I explained. What did you do? She asked playfully. Well, Mr. Aizawa had the bright idea of telling them I was a villain, so they tried to act all heroic and stop me from leaving. Well, you could have just told them you wanted to meet with someone, she said. I tried that, and I got an ice wall blocking my exit and the windows. I sighed. That's not very nice, she said, squeezing my arm. Yeah, so I may have sort of destroyed all the ice with my telekinesis and teleported away. Izuku. She hit me lightly over the head. What? You can't just do that. Now you've been pegged as a bad boy, she exclaimed. Well, it's their fault they were trying to be heroes. I countered. They are in the hero course, you dummy. That's how they're supposed to act, she said, hitting me again. She paused to rub the spot on my head where she hit me, as if to say sorry without actually apologizing. Well then, smart guy. How are we going to get into your room? She asked. We could teleport? I suggested. Can you teleport multiple people? She asked. I can try, I shrugged. Here, my dorm is towards the back. We can try it there. We started walking to the back of the building. Can you not just imagine the place you want to go? She asked. Well, technically I can, but I haven't figured out how to do it yet. That job is designated to Kuro, I said without thinking. Kuro? Oh no, I let another thing slip. I need to invest in a GG. I muttered to myself. Who's Kuro? She repeated. He's one of the villains I work with. Like my Quirk, he can teleport, though he's actually made out of mist. He was the one who gave me the DNA necessary to get the teleportation quirk, I explained. Was this willingly? She asked. Yeah, he and I are cool, I said. You must be pretty close for him to transfer his quirk to you. How close are you two, really? She asked. Well, it's kind of a father-son thing. He takes care of me, and I give him something to take his mind off things whenever a deal goes south, I explained. That's sweet, she said. I guess. So who else is in your little ragtag group of evildoers? She joked. Are you sure you'd want to know? I asked. Sure, why not? Well, the ringleader, as he likes to call himself, is Shigaraki. I call him Shiggy, or Handsy, because he likes to wear hands on himself. You. She cringed. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Then there's Dabi, though he doesn't come around much anymore. He's pretty much solo, but he does like to ask me to steal or threaten some people. So you have done those things, she said. Yeah. Well, it had to happen, and Shiggy would have just killed them, so it fell on me. Are there others that could have done it? She asked. I scoffed. Yeah, plenty. But most of the newer recruits are doing odd jobs with the Yakuza or setting up arms and drag deals with some of the other gangs. And then there's Toga. Toga? Yeah. I shuddered. She's either acting like a child or stealing my blood. What? Well, her quirk allows her to shapeshift into the people whose blood she ingests, so often she'll drag me and take my blood. She has enlarged canines because of her quirk as well. Wait, so she turns into you? She said, her tone shifting. Yeah. Does she do it with anyone else? Not that I know of. Does she like you? Her tone was sharper now. I thought for a moment and cringed as I nodded. Yeah. I hung my head. She didn't say anything else and just tightened her grip on my arm. We reached the window of my dorm, and I had to let go of her, much to Nijire's dismay. I thought about that, smiled to myself, and floated up to try and open the window. Of course, it was locked, but the curtain was half open, so I could vaguely see inside. I dropped back down. Okay, so it's locked. That means we can try teleporting inside, I informed her. She nodded. Got it. So I just have to touch you, right? We'll try that, I said. She linked arms with me again, and I released the mist from my pores. Staring up at the window, I suddenly found myself in my room, without Nijire. It didn't work. I was about to leave when I noticed that my room was a bit larger than the previous day, and my bed was bigger, like a king size. My bed had more blankets, and a small note was on the sheets. Dear Izuku, just in case things go right, here's a bigger bed. There are also a few things in the end table for you that you need, just in case. Nizu. What? Things go right? I opened my end table to find a few packages of balloons and immediately grabbed the paper, threw it in, and shut the drawer. Stupid mouse. I went to my window and teleported out. What took you so long? Nijire asked. I blushed and looked away. Nothing, I said in an unusually high pitch. While you were gone, I thought about it more. The mist started to spread to me, but it disappeared when you did. So I don't think it'll... Wait, I said. So the mist started to spread to her, but it stopped when I teleported? Did you think of something? She asked curiously. I think so. Maybe if I can hold back my teleporting, then the mist can spread around you too. Well, that might take too long. It was spreading rather slowly, she said. Maybe it's because I wasn't close enough? We stayed silent for a few seconds. Slowly, Nijire started to move closer to me. She opened her arms and wrapped them around my torso, her body pressed into mine. Does this work? She squeaked. I'll try, I responded. Slowly, the mist started to wrap around both of us, and a few seconds later, we were both standing in my dorm room. She squealed and hugged me tighter. We did it. We did it. I can't believe that actually worked. I marveled. I know, right? That could be so cool. We could go on vacation whenever we wanted, she said excitedly. Where would you want to go? I asked. She thought for a moment. Well, I'm not entirely sure. America might be cool. Or France. Both pretty cool places. I'll have to take you some time. Yeah. She gave a sweet smile. We quickly fell into conversation, talking about this and that like earlier. She told stories about her childhood, and I answered some of her questions about being a villain. You stole all those weapons? She asked. Well, yeah. After I completed the mission, I went back in and took a bunch of stuff to sell later. Actually, I should have the money on my account now. Do you want to see? Nah, I'd rather not poke around in your bank account. Plus, then you would have to get up, she said, scooting close to me and hugging my arm. Hey, Nijire? I asked. Yep. She tilted her head to look into my eyes, still maintaining our position. Would you like to be my girlfriend? I asked, tensing a little bit. She gave the brightest smile I've ever seen her give and nodded enthusiastically, sending relief through my entire body. I would love that. She giggled and deepened our hug, climbing on top of me to embrace me fully. Warmth flooded my chest and filled every part of my body as we continued our embrace, her hair covering us both. She brushed against something hard in my pocket and looked down. The syringe. We both slowly looked each other in the eyes. Do you want to do it now or wait? I asked her. Well, since it's late, I should probably do it now so it can bond with you? Is that how it works? She replied. Yeah. Should I ask? What if she says no? Nijire. Izuku, we both stopped and started laughing. You first, I said. Okay. Well, I was wondering if I could stay here tonight, she asked. I started laughing again. It's not funny, she whined, a small look of hurt in her eyes. No, I was laughing because I was going to ask you the same thing, I said, and she started laughing too. Well, I guess that answers that, she said. Now, wait, you said you have more quirks, right? For a different chapter, Nijire, I replied. She gave me a puzzled look but didn't pry. Can I have the syringe? She asked. I nodded, taking it out of my pocket and giving it to her. "'Kay, so I'll need you to take off your jacket." I did as she instructed. "Then your shirt," she stuttered. "Oh, I don't need to take that off to administer." "Who's the doctor here?" She tried to sound confident. "You," I said. "But need you to take it off," she said through a blush. I hesitantly pulled off the shirt, throwing it to the side. Her mouth fell open as she observed my chest, her eyes wide with surprise. "Nijire." "Sure." "Inspecting the patient," she said, and I closed my mouth. We stayed like this for a few moments before I cleared my throat, snapping her out of it. Sorry, she hid her face in her hands. "It's fine. Here, I'll help you." I grabbed her hands, carefully guiding them to my collarbone. I pulled off the syringe cap and guided the tip to the spots the doctor requested, then looked back into her eyes. "Right here. You don't want to push too far, but you want to make sure the syringe is in far enough to spread the liquid throughout my body." She nodded. "Okay, I'll push it in 3, 2, 1. She counted down before sticking the needle in. "Okay, that's good. Now, push the liquid in." Slowly, I instructed. She nodded and slowly pushed it in. The liquid felt like fire coursing through my veins, and I grunted in pain. "Izuku, are you okay?" she yelled. "Yeah, just give it a few minutes," I forced out. She looked worried, but after a few minutes, the pain ceased, and I relaxed against the new bed. "Izuku, I'm fine, Nijire. Just tired now. Here, there are teas in the closet, and there should be a pair of shorts too. They may be a bit big, but it's all right. I'll go change. Be back in a second," she said, climbing off me and going into my closet. A few minutes went by, and she came back wearing my clothes. "Hey," she stuttered, pulling the seam of the shirt down a bit. I couldn't say anything back. She looked amazing in my clothes. She turned off the lights and crawled up in front of me in bed. I hesitantly put my arms around her, feeling her snuggle close to me before relaxing in my embrace. To say I was in pain wouldn't really do justice to the phrase. All throughout the night, the slightest movement sent waves of discomfort through my body. Having her curled into my chest felt nicer than anything I've ever experienced, but squeezing her tighter was both a blessing and a curse. Eventually, I managed to fall into a semi-decent sleep, once I was sure she wouldn't move until morning. 2 seconds later, it was morning. I reluctantly opened my eyes, feeling her weight shift in my embrace. I looked down to find 2 innocent blue eyes staring back at me. Her eyes glimmered with the morning's light, making this one of the best mornings I've had. She snuggled tighter, burying her nose in the crook of my neck. "Hey," her muffled, groggy voice said against my skin. "Good morning. Did you sleep well?" I asked, briefly forgetting the pain I was in to shift around as well. "Yeah. Are you okay?" she asked. "No," I forced out through gritted teeth as I rested back against the bed. It took a few seconds for her to connect the dots, but as soon as she did, her eyes went wide. "Oh, CRD. It's the Quirk, right?" she startled, and I nodded. "Wow, so it hurts like this every time?" she asked, worry evident in her voice. She drew back, and I could faintly see tears welling in her eyes. "What? No, this doesn't usually happen. I swear. It's probably just super powerful, and that's why." I tried to reassure her. But I did this to you. It hurts, and I did it to you." She crawled away from me. "Nijire, look at me." She reluctantly faced my eyes again. I sat up to meet her gaze. We both made the decision, and it just happened to work out like it did. I didn't know it would hurt, and neither did you. Neither of us are to blame. Nijire. I reached out to take her hand in mine, despite my body's protests. "I'm okay," I reassured her. She leapt into my arms, tackling me back against the mattress. "I just don't want to hurt you. Who knows what that Quirk is like," she said, wrapping her body around mine. We stayed like that for a few moments. Despite the discomfort in my muscles, it felt nice to be close to her. I slowly stroked my hand along her back, feeling her hum into my neck in response. I am curious though. I wonder what other quirks are in that container, she whispered. Maybe after class, you and I could look through the box? I haven't actually looked in it all that much, even though I've been here all week. I felt her tense at my words, her grip on me tightening. Promise, she mumbled. Promise, I replied, and she smiled against my chest. Nijire, you have class today, right? I asked. I regretted saying it as soon as the words left my mouth. She shot up with a frantic look on her face. Holy Siri, what time is it? She yelled. I tried to look at my watch, but it wasn't on my wrist. Hey, did you take off my watch? I asked. She nodded. Yeah, I thought it would be uncomfortable to sleep with. Plus, it was cold, she said, pointing to the small end table where it rested. I reached over and grabbed it, checking the time, 7:39 a.m. It's 7:39 in the morning. When do classes usually start? I asked. Usually first PRD starts at 8:40. She sighed in relief. Will you be okay in bed all day without me? Oh, I forgot to tell her. Actually, I have classes too, starting today, I said. She stopped and stared at me. Why didn't you tell me? She asked, frustrated. I don't know, I was sort of distracted. My eyes drifted down her body, and I quickly averted my gaze. Her blush deepened as she did the same, but she shook off her thoughts. She climbed off me despite our protests and walked over to my closet. A few seconds later, she returned with the uniform she had changed out of. I should probably head back to my dorm soon. Is it possible to teleport me there, or would that be too much? She asked hesitantly. That's fine. Here, let me get a shirt on first. Are you planning on wearing anything else? I asked, pulling my gaze away from her. I can change back into these for a few minutes, and then I'll get ready once I'm back in my dorm, she said, lifting the uniform slightly. All right, I replied, starting to get out of bed. Well, I tried at least. As soon as I stepped a foot on the floor, I lost all strength in my leg and tumbled to the ground. Nijire gasped, Izuku, are you okay? She ran over to me, trying to help me up. I'm fine. Just didn't expect my legs to not work. Here, let's try again, I said. I put an arm on the bed for support, and she wrapped her arm around me. You ready? I asked. She nodded, and we attempted to lift me into a standing position. After a few seconds, I was fully upright, though my legs were shaking. I braced myself against the wall behind me and a struggling Nijire who was trying to help me. Nijire, come on. Why are you so heavy? I noticed her eyes were squeezed shut as she attempted to lift me even further, though I was already standing. Nijire, I'm up. She opened her eyes and looked at me, then down towards my feet. Oh, she said sheepishly, letting go so I could balance. After a few minutes, I was able to walk again, though I probably couldn't do much else. I felt a newfound springiness to my steps, though it was mostly overshadowed by my sore muscles. Okay, so I'm going to change now. Be back in a few. She waved at me before shutting the door to my closet. I sat down at my desk and opened my laptop. I had planned to check my bank account last night, but that didn't work out. Opening my bank account, I received a notification of the latest deposit and went to check it out. Deposited balance, 8,434,160 Japanese yen and 20 sen, about 40,000 US dollars. Dimen, so Kuro really did mean 20%. I said in awe. Because I didn't usually spend much money, I still had a lot saved. Clicking over to the total balance screen, I could see just how much I had accumulated over the years. Total balance, 100,964,144 Japanese yen and 70 sen, just under $1 million USD. Wow, that's a lot. I opened a new tab and searched for expensive necklaces that say I love you. A bunch of sites sprang up, from different jewelry stores to common shopping websites. Scrolling down, I found a company that does custom-made jewelry and clicked on the site. They looked pretty legitimate and had a number to call, so I dialed it on my watch. The answer was almost immediate. Thank you for calling Kitagawa Custom. My name is Rosie. How may we be of service today? A sophisticated voice greeted me from the other line. Hello. I was wondering if I could schedule an appointment to come speak with you. You have stores in Japan, right? I asked, feeling a bit foolish for asking that. Of course, sir. Our main building is in Japan, actually. The address should be on the website, so you can come whenever you'd like, she replied. All right. Thank you, I said, and the line went dead. Now that was done, I just needed to get Principal Nizu on board. I put in his number and waited a moment before he picked up. Yes. His cheerful voice came through. First off, thank you for yesterday. It was one of the best days I've had in my life, I said. You are very welcome. How is Miss Hato? He asked. She also seemed really happy, so that's a plus. She's changing right now, I informed him. Well, that's good. What else did you wish to discuss? He asked. Oh, I want to get something special for Nijire. A necklace custom-made just for her. I called a place that does that, and I was hoping I could meet with them. Could I maybe have a hero as a Yumi to their building? I asked. That seems reasonable as long as you don't try anything. Do you have a preference of who? He inquired. No, not really. Why do you ask? No reason. All Might informed me that you know about his battle with All for One, so I was planning on him taking you in his powered-down form. I trust that will be okay? He asked. No problem. At that moment, Nijire opened the door, now wearing her school uniform. She saw me on the phone and tilted her head in question. Oh, Principal Nizu, here's Nijire, I said. Why, hello, Miss Hato. I heard from this young man that you were interested in some of my other services. He will give you my phone number, and we can have a conversation about it once you have some time, he said. I didn't recall ever saying anything like that, except for when we were on our date. Did that mean he had the courtyard wired? Thank you. I never knew you did this kind of stuff, she marveled. Yes, well, we all have our hobbies. Speaking of which, Izuku, about what we talked about, I will allot some time for you, he said. Nijire raised an eyebrow, but I waved it off. Oh, and since I know you won't want to wear your school uniform, I suggest going with the gray button-up, dark green vest, and black dress breathes with a green tie and the same black belt. Brush downward on the vest a few times to straighten it, and pull up the sleeves on the button-up by 2 folds. That will be all. Then the line went dead. We both stared at the watch for a few seconds. Wow, so he really does give advice, she said in awe. Yep. You ready? I asked her, and she nodded. I turned to the window before she let out a squeak. Izuku, your shirt? She said. I laughed and put something on. I wrapped my arms around her waist from behind, making her let out a small noise before I wrapped us up in mist. In a second we were outside. Should we walk, or do you want to try teleporting again? I asked, not letting go of her. Let's see whether or not you can do it rapidly, or if there are any drawbacks to using it multiple times, she said, and I nodded. Grasping her tighter, we teleported all across campus, to the back of the 3A dorms, and then she pointed to a dorm window. There, I think, she said. You think? I repeated, and she nodded. If I end up in a different person's dorm room, you'll be in a lot of trouble. I said into her ear, trying to get a reaction out of her. It worked. She shivered against my skin, and I didn't think it was from the cold. Just go in, Izuku, she said, her voice wavering at the end. We were surrounded by the mist once again, and in a few seconds, we were inside. She let out a sigh of relief as she unwrapped herself from me, so I assumed we were in the right place. The room was around the same size as mine from before. A note just like the one I received was on the bed, though I didn't dare open it. She could go through that herself. She also had a desk, though hers was white, with a blue cushioned chair scooted in. Her laptop had multiple stickers of different company logos and hero emblems, and multiple stacks of notebooks were tucked neatly in one corner. She had her own bathroom, though I didn't look in there, and a closet, which I could faintly see different outfits in. The main difference between her room and mine, however, was a rather large recliner in the corner, whereas I just had empty space. She had multiple pillows and a few stuffed animals on either side, and a table next to it had a few more of those notebooks. Well, here it is, she said a bit shyly, gesturing to nothing in particular. I like your room, I replied, though it came out a bit awkwardly. She gave a small laugh and turned towards me. Maybe, since we spent last night in your room, we could spend tonight in mine, she suggested, a small blush creeping onto her cheeks. I'd like that, I smiled, feeling my own blush rise as I considered what that could mean. Really? She asked excitedly, and I nodded, my smile widening as she walked over and gave me a friendly hug. She pulled away with a goofy grin, and I decided it was a good time to let her get ready. I'll see you tonight? I asked, and she nodded. Tonight, she repeated, and I noticed her catch a glimpse of a letter on her bed as I teleported away. I hoped it wasn't anything too embarrassing. Arriving outside her dorm, I took one last look at the window I had just come from before teleporting back to the 1A dorms, and then into my own. I inwardly groaned as I entered my dorm room. Today was a school day. I hadn't had one of those in years, and I certainly wasn't looking back at those times fondly. However, seeing Nijire before it all made it a bit more bearable. I wondered when I would be going to the jewelry place with All Might. Should I have specified the time, or were my actions only dictated by Nizu's gut feeling? I shook those thoughts off. I should probably get ready for the day now, so I wouldn't be late to class. I stepped into the shower, peeling off my clothes and tossing them aside. I couldn't be bothered to clean them up at the moment. Turning on the shower, I felt instant relief as hot water enveloped me. The pain in my muscles was temporarily forgotten, replaced by the comfort of having a principal who cared about hot showers. A few weeks ago, when I was with the league, the water heater had never worked. I could have easily fixed it, but my companion had advised against it. To be honest, I really should have just gone ahead and done it anyway. And to think, Nijire was probably taking a shower too. What would Nijire think of me if she could hear my thoughts? Would she think I was like that one kid in our class? Speaking of which, did our class have to deal with that kid all the time? We all have those thoughts, but you don't have to say them out loud. Multiple times throughout last night, I found myself thinking about Nijire and how she looked wearing my clothes. Even just casual clothes made my heart race. Having her curl up against me felt so surreal. Isn't it crazy how she's my girlfriend? To think, after telling her I was a villain and making her cry. Not to mention how we've only really known each other for about a week and a half. It felt so wrong, like I shouldn't be the person she liked. But at the same time, it felt so right. Who knows? Maybe she's into the bad boy aesthetic. I could work with that. After spending a few minutes washing, I decided it was time to leave my temporary heaven and change into the clothes Nizu suggested. I stepped out of the shower and dried myself off with a towel I found in a small closet. Wrapping the towel around my lower half, I stepped out of the bathroom. Why did I need to cover up? It's not like anyone could just walk in. I made sure the closet door wouldn't open before releasing the towel and starting to get dressed. I put on a pair of boxers, then the black briefs Nizu had mentioned. Next, I took out the gray button-up shirt, which had a mix of light and dark texturing, and put it on. Finally, I put on a matching dark green tie before tucking it under the vest as I buttoned it up. Sighing, I folded up the sleeves on each side like Nizu suggested, so they came to about the middle of my forearm. I grabbed the belt and threaded it around my waist, clipping it into place and folding the small excess under it. That took a while. I walked out of my closet and toward the end table, grabbing my watch and tying it around my wrist. Since I'm already under the watchful eye of the school, I should really just get a phone and not have to deal with the limited uses of the watch. Even if I built it myself, it still had a fixed limit, and that bothered me. I really hoped everyone would keep cool and not bother me while I got to class. And where even is my class? I don't remember ever getting a tour or anything. Am I seriously going to get lost on my first day? Shaking off those thoughts, I took one final breath before stepping out of my dorm. The smells of a home-cooked breakfast filled my lungs immediately, and I could hear multiple forms of movement from both my level and the level below. Can't I just go back in my room? I like it there. Shaking off another batch of thoughts, I decided that maybe if I entered the room like a normal person, people wouldn't bother me? Nah, jumping over the railing is so much more fun. Looking over to the railing, I saw pretty much the same faces as yesterday, chatting and eating together. Feeling a bit mischievous, I jumped over the railing, not bothering to activate my telekinetic quirk, instead using the pillar in front of it as a temporary ledge to redirect myself. I landed with a small thud, my back facing them, and the room went silent. Turning around, I came face to face with the peppermint stick. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked. "It's my first day of class. I was going to start heading over now since I don't really know my way around," I said nonchalantly, as if he wasn't invading my personal space. "We have stairs, you know," he reprimanded. "Who does this kid think he is? But jumping over ledges is super fun. You should try it sometime," I offered, to which he just scoffed. The other students started to crowd around us, which totally didn't make me feel uncomfortable at all. Why do I feel like I'm getting mugged? Listen, it's my first real day of school in years. I'd like for it to start off nicely, so if you could please get out of my face, I said as I pushed him back with my hand, then that would be great. The room remained silent, and the other students looked at me in shock, either because it was one of their first times seeing a villain's mannerisms or because I had the guts to stand up to Candy Cane. "You can continue doing whatever it was you were doing. Don't let me stop you," I said to them, and they just nodded and left. "Why are you here?" a now fuming Peppermint Patty asked through gritted teeth. "I kinda don't have a choice, dude. That's what happens when you get caught," I replied. "Plus, it's definitely a breath of fresh air compared to the streets." "Now, if you would excuse me," I said, walking past him. He did nothing until our backs were facing each other, where he tried to send a wave of ice at me. I activated my telekinetic quirk and broke it apart. "Geez, I thought we were done with that," I deadpanned before walking away again. What a JRK. When I came to the hallway, almost all the other students who weren't crowded around me were crouched, apparently listening in on the conversation. When they saw me, they stayed still, looking up at me like I was about to take their dog or something. "You don't want to be late to class, right?" I asked. They looked at each other and slowly got up. One of them, the spiky red-haired kid from the other day, came up to me. "Dude, that was pretty manly," he marveled. I figured he was talking about facing that walking air conditioner and shrugged. "Thanks. What's your name?" I asked. "Ejiro Kirishima." "Yours?" he said, holding out his hand. I try not to give out my name all that much, though that doesn't really seem to be working out for me anymore. "Just call me Izuku," I said, shaking his hand. He had a firm grip. "Respect." "Nice to meet you, Izuku," he said with a grin, before turning to the other students, who watched our exchange with open mouths. "Well, aren't you gonna introduce yourselves?" he asked. He seemed respected among the classmates, as they snapped out of it and started introducing themselves. The first classmate was a girl with pink skin who eagerly jumped forward. "Hi, I'm Mina. You're really cool. And hot," she said quickly. Interesting character. She was pushed away by who I assumed to be a girl, since I could only see her clothes. "Sorry about her. My name is Toru Hagakure. It's nice to meet you," she said, though I could barely hear her over Mina's excitement. The next was a rather tall girl with a black ponytail. "My name is Momo Yayorozu, a pleasure," she said with a bow. "Yayorozu? Why am I not surprised?" The next kid had blonde hair with a black bolt running through it. He gave a fist bump to Kirishima before turning to me and shaking my hand. "Denki Kaminari. You're pretty cool, dude," he said, though when he pulled away, a little spark came out of his finger. "Stop trying to act cool, Kaminari," said a girl with purple hair and earphone jacks coming out of her earlobes. Kaminari turned around, and the two started to bicker. "Her name is Kyoka Jiro," said a kid with a bird's head. "And my name is Fumikage Tokoyami." He shook my hand as well. "He's pretty cool." Finally, the girl with short brown hair from yesterday approached. She seemed hesitant to greet me, which was understandable since I had been cold towards her the first time. "Achiko Uraraka," she managed to say through her apparent nervousness. "Maybe I should have been nicer. It's nice to meet you. I'm sorry about yesterday. I was just in a hurry," I apologized, to the disbelief of the other students. It's fine. No problem," she said, her smile brightening. "Okay, now that we've all introduced ourselves, let's head to class," Kirishima said, motioning to the door. "There are others besides this, right?" I asked. "Yeah, though they're already headed to class," he replied. I nodded. "I don't know the way, so can I just follow you guys?" They nodded in agreement. The walk was relatively short, filled with chatter from the other classmates. Kirishima asked about my outfit, and I shrugged. When we arrived at what I assumed was the classroom, I couldn't help but laugh. The door was enormous, towering like a multi-story apartment building with the characters 1A painted in red. Wow, I said aloud. Yeah, the door's pretty big, Kirishima remarked, chuckling at my reaction. We're going to go in first to tell Aizawa you're here. He's probably going to want to introduce you to the rest of the class. I nodded and they went inside. I waited for a few moments, faintly hearing a collective gasp and a tired man explaining things, before the door opened. Mr. Aizawa motioned for me to come in, and I gave him a playful pout. He rolled his eyes and went back in, and I followed shortly after. This is the kid. Would you like to introduce yourself? He asked me. Do I have to teach? I replied playfully. Yes, he said, sounding fed up, so I decided not to push it. I've already met a few of you, and those people I have deemed worthy of my name. The rest of you will address me via pronouns and other generic words until I allow you to use my name. I also request that those who already know don't use my name unless we're alone, until I trust you all with it. Got it? Excuse me, the kid with blue hair stood up. We are your classmates, and as such, we deserve to know your name. These mannerisms are extremely inappropriate for a school as prestigious as UA. Can it fries? That's what I want, and you can't change my mind, I retorted, earning a snicker from Kaken. Geez kid. Any questions? Mr. Aizawa asked the class. Why did you fling me into a wall yesterday? The purple-haired kid asked. Because you deserved it, I answered plainly. The girls gave me looks of appreciation and I nodded. How long have you been a villain? Yayorozu asked. Around 6 years, since I was 10, I responded. Why are you wearing different clothes than the school's regulated uniforms? The blue-haired kid asked. Because the uniforms look terrible, I said, earning a few nods of agreement and some snickers, one of which came from Kaken. It seemed he didn't recognize me, and I wouldn't blame him. I'm not a shrimp anymore. Are you single? Mina asked. Nope, I replied, causing her to shrink back a bit. How long have you and your girlfriend been dating? Hagakure asked. Since last night, I decided to humor them with my answer. So the person you were going to see yesterday was your soon-to-be girlfriend? I want details. How did it happen? She asked, putting her invisible head in her invisible hands. Later, I said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Have you ever killed someone? I turned to see Kaken looking at me with a plain expression. Of course he would ask that. Of course I have, I said with a duh expression. Yeah, right. Like you could, he said cockily. In that case, would you like me to give a demonstration? Pick a student, I retorted, causing his face to pale slightly, though he disguised it well. That's enough, you two. Any questions that aren't dangerous? Mr. Aizawa interjected. How did you get into this school? The blue-haired kid asked. I broke in. Why? I replied. You what? You heard me. You want to know how? I asked. How? There's security ethics, I said casually, referencing an anime. Mirai Nikki bro? Kaminari asked with an excited expression. Hell yeah. I walked over and gave him a high five. Wait, so how did you manage to break into one of the most heavily guarded facilities in Japan? A girl with green hair and a long tongue asked. My girlfriend, I said, prompting a collective from the girls, much to the disappointment of the blue-haired kid. Any other questions? I asked. Fight me. I looked up to see Half and Half staring at me. His seriousness made me snicker. That wasn't a question, but okay. Where and when? I asked. During hero training Gym Gamma, he replied. We both looked at Mr. Aizawa, who merely shrugged. You're on. I haven't been this bored in years. Seriously? Who needs to know what a hypotenuse is? Why does that even matter? If Shigaraki doesn't get me, these classes certainly will. It's not that I don't understand this stuff. I've tackled math much harder than this before, but it was on my own terms and relevant to my life. About 3 years ago, I decided to get a bit smarter. I picked up where I left off in school and dedicated my free time to studying. Toga can attest to that. One night, Around 2 in the morning, she snuck into my room and found me huddled on my bed learning about planets. I love planets. They are so far away and all operate differently. What if there are other habitable planets out there? Would aliens exist on those planets, or would they be humans like us? Would they also have quirks? I wonder what other quirks are in that box. I can rule out mutation quirks since those can't really be transferred to another person. Unlike most quirks, mutation quirks require specific body conditions to form correctly. Take Mina, for example. Her horns are caused by a mutation that grows back if a piece is broken. For someone to have that mutation and have it work the same way, they would likely need the same hormones and substances already in their body. Think of it this way: you can't create water without 2 hydrogen atoms and an oxygen atom. This can also be said for mutations. You can't make them work in your body if your body isn't suited for them. This rule can be bypassed if you surgically inject the means to activate the mutation quirk or if the prerequisites are already fulfilled in your body. My telekinetic quirk works differently. Instead of bonding with things inside me, it connects me with things outside, like atoms and the wind. It changed how my body reacts and what my mind can do with other things. It also allows me to redirect forces to repel and draw in certain objects. With enough training, I was able to do it seamlessly and with great strength. I wonder how Nijire's quirk works? I saw her use it on Mirio and she told me what it is, but what does it feel like? Would she feel constant fatigue when using it, or would it energize her, activating a sort of adrenaline? I wonder how Nijire's doing. Is she bored too? Is she listening to the instructor? Would she be thinking about me? Would she still worry about me if I attempted to use the enhanced quirk? I'm still a little sore, but I think a few chapters is enough to fully heal, right? How would I activate it? Or is it already? Hey! I snapped out of my train of thought, feeling a dark presence at the front of the room. Looking up, I saw Mr. Aizawa staring at me with intensity, his eyes circled in red and his hair floating on its own. What is the third length of the right triangle with the legs 41 and 169? He asked, clearly trying to catch me off guard. Let's see. That would be 173.9, right? I replied. He lowered his hair, though I still felt a bit of danger. That's correct. Make sure you pay attention and stop staring off into space. It's distracting the other classmates. I looked around, seeing multiple pairs of eyes on me. I mouthed an apology, and they returned to their own distractions. After what felt like ages, it was finally time for hero training. Freezer Burn over there challenged me to a fight, which I accepted, though I didn't stop to think about how taxing it would be on my body. This is what I get for being cocky, huh? My arms still hurt a bit, so I won't be able to use them fully. With my fight against Togata, I barely used them anyway, so I doubt a first year will be as much trouble as him. Still, I have to be cautious. Knowing he's Endeavor's son, I bet he despises his father. Dabi told me enough to understand the challenges he faced, so I doubt he'll use his fire out of spite. All quirks have drawbacks, and though he's never used his ice enough for me to see a weakness, I guess I'll have to make him reveal it. All Might rushed into the classroom, and everyone except for me greeted him. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him spot me. I see the young man is here as well. Good. He can train with us. There's been a change of plans for today. He was picking fights with the other students, so instead, we'll be doing 1-versus-1 battles, Mr. Aizawa said. Really? It's your first day. Actually, Refrigerator was the one who challenged me. Teach, I said, pointing to him. I don't care who did what. Get your hero costumes on, and meet at Gym Gamma, Mr. Aizawa instructed before leaving the classroom. Everyone else left, some giving me looks, while others hurried out. All Might approached me as I got out of my chair, shrinking down into his other form. I hear you want to get something for young Hado, he said once we were alone. Yeah. I was hoping we could go sooner rather than later. Maybe after classes? I asked. I'll have a talk with the principal. And one more thing. He hesitated for a moment, and I looked up at him. What agency is being attacked today? I froze, feeling a chill run down my back. Today? What? We're heading out 2 days from now, to give us enough planning time. Oh no. How did they know? Did one of Shige's members leak the plan? Should I tell him? But then they might capture Kurogyri. Not to mention I probably wouldn't get to go get something for Nijire if I didn't. If I tell you, you have to make sure the man covered in purple mist gets away. And that I can still get something for Nijire, I said. I'll try to inform the police and other heroes, and we can go after class today. Now where are they attacking? He repeated. Genius office. I don't know what time. I hated myself for the situation. Thank you, young man. We'll see what we can do about your friend. Now come on. With that, he transformed back into his muscular self, and we headed toward Gym Gamma. All Might and I arrived at Gym Gamma a little later than everyone else. On the way, I heard him call who I assumed to be Nizu about my response. I really hoped they kept their word about Kurogyri. I felt a strong hand on my shoulder and looked over to see All Might. I warned him not to mess with your friend, to which he agreed. Are you ready? He asked. Sure, I responded, relieved that Kurogyri was safe for now. As we walked toward the other students, they looked at me skeptically. Where's your gear? Kirishima asked. This is all I usually wear, I shrugged and he nodded. What about knives or other forms of weaponry? Yaoyorozu asked as she approached us. Usually, I'm not seen enough to warrant stabbing. I typically carry a silenced FN-57, though I don't think guns are allowed in training, I explained. They both nodded slowly. What approach do you use for combat, then? Yaoyorozu asked. In close quarters, I have my telekinesis quirk, which allows me to immobilize them until I knock them out. For longer range, I usually shoot people's legs to make it harder for them to escape, and then I go in. Dimen, that's awesome. Kirishima marveled. That's it? No other tactics? Yaoyorozu asked skeptically. Of course I have other methods, but I won't spoil them. You'll see soon enough. I grinned, and they both gave uneasy smiles. With that, we went inside the gym. After a short warm-up and some stretching, the first few people started to fight. I didn't really pay attention, though, as I was trying to figure out how to activate my enhancement quirk. I walked over to the side, where I wouldn't be disturbed, and began to brainstorm. What if I try calling on it? Nope. Tightening my muscles and moving my arm forward? Nothing. Lastly, I tried taking a deep breath, closing my eyes, and focusing on what I wanted to enhance. Strength. I felt energy flow through my arm, and my muscles bulged a bit. Very nice. Now to release. I felt the energy flee from my arm before dispersing in my chest. Let's go. What if it works on other things besides strength? I wanted to increase my flexibility. Does that work? I felt springier, like my body could twist fully around. I tried it. It didn't work, but I could definitely stretch farther now. Interesting. Releasing the quirk, I felt my muscles stiffen again. Now, let's try intelligence. Please work. As soon as I activated it, my mind started racing, analyzing everything that moved and thinking of hundreds of different possible outcomes for my fight with Hothead. This is amazing. I should definitely use this on tests. I released it and my mind calmed down, though I retained what I had thought of. So the added information is stored? That's so cool. Finally, I wanted to test if the enhancement worked on my quirks. But which quirk should I use it on? Maybe teleportation? What if it allowed me to teleport places without seeing them, like Kurogyri? Closing my eyes, I activated my quirk and envisioned going to a nightclub in America. I felt a rush, and a few seconds later, I heard loud music. Opening my eyes, I saw a lot of people, some dancing, some drinking, and some lounging on couches and chairs towards the back. The room was lit with LEDs that alternated colors every few seconds, and a massive DJ board was barely visible from behind the crowd. This is so amazing. Can I go to France too, like Nijire wanted? I activated my quirk again and envisioned somewhere in France. I felt a rush, and then was hit by a gust of wind. Opening my eyes, I found myself on the highest part of the Eiffel Tower, overlooking all of Paris. That's so cool. Now to get back to you. In a flash, I was back, standing with the other students. Where the hell did you go? Turning around, I saw McFreezy walk up to me, drawing the attention of the other students. Paris. Why? I asked. The other students gaped, while he just scoffed. "I'm going to look forward to beating you," he said. "You want to make a bet?" I asked, and he nodded. "The loser has to apologize," I said with a smirk. "Fine." He extended his hand, and I shook it. The class behind me was shocked by this exchange, and I couldn't blame them. I was startled too, but I put on a face to stop them from getting any ideas. His posture and tone hinted at a deeper anger, but I didn't think I was the source of it. A few minutes later, the fight between two other students ended, and our names were called for the next match. Walking onto the arena floor, the mood felt completely different from my spar with Mirio. While Mirio's fight was tough but lighthearted, Todoroki's presence brought a heavier atmosphere. The students watched with concern as we approached the starting area. Todoroki wore a scowl that seemed to stem from something personal. I sensed that I reminded him of someone he despised, likely his father. The way I stood up to him and treated him when we first met probably mirrored experiences he had with his dad. Mr. Aizawa explained the rules of the fight, but I wasn't really listening. I assumed it was something like, "Please don't seriously hurt each other." I let the cool fluid enter my mind, activating my radar quirk as I heard the countdown. Todoroki stood motionless, likely preparing to unleash a wave of ice, so I readied my telekinesis. As soon as Mr. Aizawa said, "Go," he stomped the ground, and a massive wave of ice shot up. I called on my telekinesis, shattering the ice and pushing it aside. He growled and sent another wave my way. I repeated the action, and the ice tumbled around us. Taking advantage of his brief pause, I activated Enhance on my legs. He sent another wave, but I felt him moving with it, trying to close the distance. I pushed back with my telekinesis as he charged at me. In a flash, I was right in front of him. His eyes widened as I delivered a punch to his gut, and he fell to the ground, shards of ice breaking off his right side. When his hand touched the floor, large spikes of ice shot up, and I barely dodged them. He got up, wiping dirt from his face, and shot me a fierce glare. That's when I noticed the ice forming around his right side. "You're looking a little cold there," I commented. He scoffed. "Why not use your other side?" I refused to use his quirk. It seemed I was right, though it didn't fully make sense. This side was my father's quirk. "I will not use it," he yelled. "Hey All Might, remember what you said on that news special about unique quirks?" I called out. "Which one?" he responded. "The one where the conversation drifted into how unique quirks are?" "Yes, young man. We talked about how everyone's quirk is unique to them and them alone." "Why? You hear that? You may have gotten that quirk from your father, but it isn't his quirk. You may hate him, but get a hold of yourself. Your quirk is unique to you, so stop holding back and use it." I yelled. That was surprisingly inspirational. He fell silent for a moment, and then fire erupted from his left side, an impressive amount of fire. Maybe I shouldn't have been so encouraging. "Hey," I looked back at Todoroki. "Thank you." "No problem. Should we stop this, or are you still wanting a fight?" He shrugged. "I dunno. Do you want to throw one more attack?" "Sure, why not?" I replied, channeling Enhance through my entire body. My arms stung a bit from the exertion. He threw fire behind him to propel himself forward, and I jumped as well. We collided with all our power and everything went black. I sat in silence for a moment, taking in the darkness. There wasn't much to see, but at least I was somewhat familiar with where I was now. Am I even somewhere? Or is this just in my head? Well, whatever. Next up on my list is finding a way to get out of here. Darn it, Izuku. You're going in circles with these philosophical comments. Time to wake up. I tried opening my eyes, but I found that I couldn't. Or, at least, it was way harder than simply opening them. What if I try forcing them open? With all my might, I managed to pry them open a little bit, and I caught a glimpse of rectangular overhead lights, which were currently turned off. Hospital lights. No. My eyes forced open all the way, and I sat up, gasping for air, which I just noticed I didn't have a lot of. My eyes darted around the room before landing on a sleeping Nijire. How long has she been here? How long have I been here? I looked down at my arms, which were covered in bandages. A heart monitor was placed on my finger, and what seemed to be in 4 was connected to my arms. After calming myself down, I turned back to face Nijire. What looked to be afternoon light sifted through the closed white curtains to shed a bit of light on her face. Her eyes were closed, but the spaces around her eyes were a light red and a little bit puffy. She was crying. Again. And it's all my fault. I looked back down at my hands, which had a bit of recent scarring around the fingertips and knuckles. You can always tell when scarred tissue is new because it looks a lot redder in color, and the skin around it is paler. How could I be so reckless? I have someone who cares about me now. I can't just do whatever I want anymore. And how is Icy Hot? If I hurt him, that would be terrible. I heard Nijire stir from the chair, and she slowly rubbed her eyes, letting out a cute yawn. She blinked a few times, seeing me stare at her, before she rushed over and hugged me tightly. I was so worried. She cried into my chest, which I realized was unclothed as I felt her tears trickle down my abs. She pulled me tighter, bringing our bodies closer together as she continued to sob. What have I done? I am sorry, was all I could say in that moment as I felt her hair drape over us, encapsulating us in long periwinkle locks that shone faintly in the dim afternoon light. My hands hesitantly wrapped around her back, rubbing circles to try and calm her down. After a few minutes, I felt her breath slow, and I looked down to see her eyes closed. She's probably tired. I should bring her back to her dorm room. I carefully stood up, which was just barely possible because of the medication. I removed the 4 from my arm and grabbed a small cotton ball from the end table to soak up some of the blood. When the blood flow slowed, I threw the cotton ball away and picked the sleeping beauty up into my arms. I activated Enhance and imagined her dorm room. I felt the mist consume us both, and after a small rush, I opened my eyes to see her room. The lights were off, and everything seemed a bit less tidy than before. A few pieces of paper were thrown about, clothes were lying across the floor, and the sheets were stained with tears. And all because I was injured. I hate myself. Carefully, I set her down in the chair, making sure I didn't wake her up. I took one of her pillows, a large kawaii avocado, and set it in her lap. She sleepily grasped it, hugging it close to her chest as she cuddled into the chair. If I wasn't so mad at myself, I would totally gush about how cute she looked right now. Carefully, I took one of her fluffy blankets off her bed and put it around her and the pillow before planting a small kiss on her forehead. I then envisioned the hospital room again and teleported back. When I opened my eyes, there was an older woman sitting on the bed I occupied a few minutes ago. There you are, dearie. Thank you for taking Nijire back to her room. I'm afraid she hasn't gotten much sleep there these past few days, she said with a worried voice. Days? She had to go through that for multiple days? I'm sorry I didn't warn anyone first before I left. I figured she might wake up if I tried, so I made sure she was all right before coming back, I said with a frown. What's wrong, dear? Why are you so sullen? She asked, scooting to the left and patting the seat next to her. I took it, sighing and covering my eyes with my hand. It's Nijire. I made her cry again, I responded. She tisked. This isn't your fault, kiddo. These things happen during hero training, and that specific instance was just one of the scenarios that could have played out. Why, this was way better than it could have been. You should stop moping and move on. But it's never going to change. I'll keep getting hurt. Nijire will keep crying. It's never going to get better. I yelled, accidentally amplifying my voice and causing the room to shake. My heart caught in my throat, and I slid onto the floor, letting out quiet sobs as I punched the tile floor. Dearie, things will get better with you too. I know they will as long as... No. I can't keep letting this happen. I stopped, my hands trembling as they covered my face. I have to stop seeing her. It hurt to think about. I hate it. I hate that thought. But that will only make things worse, and you know it. Imagine how she will feel if you aren't in her life. It could ruin her, the old lady said. Voices rang out in my head. I tried to suppress them, like I've done countless times before, but I can't hold them back any longer. What have you done, young man? You ruined everything. And what about your own health? What will happen to you when you stop seeing her? She asked. Defenseless Deku. You worthless piece of trash. I don't matter. She'll be happier without me. I said. The room started to shake again as I lost control over my quirks. I don't think I'll be coming back, Inko. I mean, look at him. Tell me one good reason I should stay and help you too? No, she won't. You need to listen to me when I say moving out of her life will only cause the both of you harm. You can fix this, she scolded me. Cracks started to appear around me, and the glass in the room began to vibrate. You worthless piece of trash. I wish you were never born. How can I fix something if I break everything I'm around? The room fell silent, only filled with my sobs as I toppled onto my side, curling in on myself and hugging my knees to my chest. I closed my eyes and just cried. After a minute, I felt a small, frail hand on my shoulder before it moved to comb back my messy hair. You poor child. Her voice broke as she rubbed my forehead with her wrinkly hands. We sat there for a moment until I started to doze off. I tried to stay awake, but eventually, my eyes closed, and I fell asleep. My eyelids slowly rose, and I blinked back the slight itchiness around them. When I registered my surroundings, I wasn't in the nurse's office like I thought I was, but instead, I was in my dorm room. I realized I was cuddling with Guac, my avocado, and under a blanket, no less. But how did I get here without remembering? What was the last thing I was doing? I'm sorry. I shot up out of the chair, unfortunately getting caught in the blanket, and I tumbled onto the floor. Luckily, Guac broke most of my fall, like the gentleman he is. But this is no time to be thanking my avocado for his heroics. I need to get back to Izuku. I scrambled to my feet before stopping in my tracks. Izuku. He must have brought me to my room when I fell asleep. Then, he would also be the one to give me guac and put a blanket over us, right? That means he's probably up already. And he used his quirk right after too. That dummy. He should be resting, not taking care of me. I mean, he just got out of his recovery PRD. All I wanted was for him to be okay so we could snuggle together in bed like we did a few days ago. He still owes me a night in my room. I'll wait for a few days for him to fully recover, and then I'll ask him to stay over. I felt heat rush to my face as I stared at my end table, where the most embarrassing piece of paper I've ever received was. Hesitantly, I pulled the drawer open and took out the note, flipping it open to read it again. Dear Miss Hato, in case the previous night was particularly eventful, take one of these just in case. No little ones until after graduation, I'm afraid. Nizu, I am going to have a serious talk with that mouse one day, I swear. Plopping on my bed, my mind wandered back to Izuku. I wish he would be more careful. Like the crybaby I am, I always overreact, and then I make him feel bad. It's not bad to have fun or to use your power, but I wish he didn't get himself hurt so often. I sighed, rolling over to grab my phone. I picked it up and saw a text from Mirio. Just checking up on you, seeing as how you haven't been to class in a couple of days. I know you're worried about Izuku, but that's not a reason to fall behind. I chuckled a bit and opened my phone. Yes, it is a reason to fall behind in class. Think about how you would feel if your girlfriend got really injured, dude. I opened Messenger and texted him back. Of course it's a reason to fall behind. Wouldn't it SCK if your girlfriend got really hurt? I sent the message and a few minutes later, I got a response. You have a point. Though I don't think it's good to be in the nurse's office if you don't need to. I thought about it for a bit. Yes. But at least I can be with him. I could practically sense the mischief in Mirio, though I doubted he would say anything over text. Maybe you're right. Some of us actually have class, so I'll see you around. Say hello to Izuku for me. I hummed and set my phone down, rolling over again in bed. Maybe I'll go see him tomorrow. All men are not created equal. I learned that at a very young age, and it's haunted my being for years. At the age of 4, I witnessed that firsthand, in the form of my best friend, Kaken. When he got his quirk, something inside him. He got cocky and prideful. He looked down on kids like me because we were different from him, in that our quirks were weak. If we had quirks at all. I still remember that day vividly. The day when I realized I was powerless in this world, compared to someone like Kaken. Why, I could barely even save the other kid from being pummeled as well. One day, I was walking to the little playground by our house. It was small, but I didn't care. To me, this playground was the only place I could really be alone. At school, Kakin and his friends wouldn't stop bothering me, even when I tried to tell them to stop. At home, my mother was usually fighting with my dad, and I would always somehow get dragged into it as well, usually to be blamed for things completely out of my control. When I got to the playground, I saw that, instead of the quiet place I enjoyed, Kakin and his friends were beating up a kid from my school. I could have left. I could have not given it a second glance, and my life would have been so much better. But I wanted to be a hero. I've always wanted to be a hero. So I walked over, stood in front of the kid, and told them to stop. In retrospect, it was a good plan. If my parents or his parents saw the burn marks all over my body, they would call either the school or scold him themselves. I could rinse and repeat until he stopped bothering me. Like training a mouse to press a green button instead of a red button. Press the red, you get shocked. Press the green, you get a piece of cheese. Repeat it enough, and the mice will only press the green button. But of course, fate had other plans. Kakin and his friends didn't even bat an eye when they started beating me, instead of the other kid. They continued to punch, kick, slap, and burn me until they were tired, all the while insulting me, calling me weak, a loser, and useless. I was alright though, because I had the second part of my plan. Only when I got to my house, I saw my parents arguing again. When they saw me, my father just stared back at my mom, like my mere existence was enough justification for his side of the argument. I never saw my father again. In that single day, I realized just how worthless I truly was, and that nothing I could do would make anything better. You worthless piece of shit. I wish you were never born. Those words shattered me. In a single day, my father left, I was beaten by my childhood friend, and my mother wished my very existence away. We used to be happy to. My father and mother were always so nice to me, and they had a wonderful relationship that any couple would only dream of having. And what was the cause for them to start fighting? My mother made sure to let me know that. Single. For 2 years, that went on. When I was 6, I was mentally scarred, my very being ripped away from me by my once loving parents and my best friend. It got worse when I was 6. Kakin and his friends were getting smarter, which allowed them to pull even worse things on me. They pulled pranks on me and ostracized me from my fellow classmates. My mother turned to drinking to quell her problems, and when that didn't work, she used me as a throw pillow. But like an unspoken rule, they never attacked my front. Kakin and his friends always snuck behind me to hit me, and they always hit me on my back. And my mother would only hit me on my back as well. I'm guessing they did it so people wouldn't see the scars and burns when they first looked at me. To others, I was just a normal kid, and they didn't even bat an eye at me as they walked past. Because my tormentors never let others see what I was going through. This type of torture went on for another 4 years, until I saw a villain attack up close. The heroes weren't doing anything, only watching as a huge sludge monster wreaked havoc on the city streets. He also had a hostage, which was very unfortunate. When I saw who was being held hostage, though, I disregarded all restraint. Kakin. He bullied me, called me worthless, and tormented me for years. But I still ran out to save him. I was such an idiot. I wasn't thinking while I rushed in to save him, only that I needed to do something. I threw my backpack, and one of my pencils hit the sludge villain's eyes. He recoiled in pain, and I was able to pull Kakin out of the sludge. I thought I would be praised for rescuing Kakin, and that now the heroes could take care of the villain. I was right about the second part. My hero, All Might, rushed in and defeated him in a single punch. He turned to me as I was helping Kakin to the other heroes, and he said that I had ruined everything, and that everything was under control until I messed everything up. And then the other heroes joined in with him, scolding me and calling me a problem instead of thanking me for doing their job for them. That was the final straw. When I got home, I was treated worse than before. My mom saw me on the news, and was screaming about how I only hurt everything. So I grabbed one of her alcohol bottles and broke it over her head, and then proceeded to stab the glass into her over 30 times. And oh, did it feel good. The only reason I stopped was because the part of the bottle I was using broke in my hand, leaving me with scars on my palm. I was 10 years old and I had lost my mother. What was I supposed to do then? Go to the police? They would have locked me up. So I ran. I took my mother's money, packed a few spare clothes, a notebook, and a large kitchen knife, and I left home. 2 years later, I had a total of 17 victims. The police didn't know that, though. I was clever enough to commit each act in a different way, so they treated those cases as separate incidents. 18 including my mother, but I was sure they figured that one out. They couldn't find me. However, the doctor did. He witnessed the latest of my actions, which involved a man who bumped into me on the sidewalk and didn't apologize. As I was cleaning off my blade, he approached me. "I'd like to make you an offer, young man," he said. I hesitated but nodded for him to continue. "What is your quirk?" he asked, and I snarled, "I don't have one." He grinned. "Well, why don't we change that?" He took me in, provided food, water, a place to sleep, and a quirk, telekinesis. It was my first power and I loved it. I spent hours every day using my new ability. Then he gave me a second quirk, radar. I trained that one diligently, making it a game to see how many people were in any given area, mapping out low-risk spots for my activities. Then came a third quirk, volume. I enjoyed setting speakers around shopping malls, cranking the volume up, and blasting music until the mall closed. I would then steal from the stores, money, clothes, electronics, you name it. Once, I even stole a car and sold it at a discount, making a good profit despite the price cut. My fourth quirk didn't come until I was 13. The doctor gave specific instructions on how and when to use it. It allowed me to convert my energy into concussive blasts. This quirk was exhilarating. I would lead buyers into abandoned alleyways, unleash a blast, and take all the money. I became known across Japan. I didn't have an official name, they just called me the Kid. My versatility in crime made it hard for them to label me accurately. Whenever something happened that they couldn't explain, it was usually my doing. That's when I joined the League of Villains. They became my family, and Kurojuri became my pseudo-dad. The doctor was never really a father figure, so he became my best friend. Everything was fine for another 3 years. Now, at 16, I was a villain known throughout Japan, caught, and in my former dream school. What were the odds? That was certainly a story, the man in white said, fiddling with his pen as he considered what to write on his clipboard next. The room was cozy, with soft colors on the walls, pictures of inspirational quotes and happy families, and comfy blue chairs that I would never want to leave. "What were your ways of coping with your early childhood?" he asked. "Well, I always tucked those memories away in a little corner of my mind and moved on with my life," I replied with a snicker. "Look where that got me. I can sympathize with your actions regarding suppressing those feelings. Sometimes, the least painful action is to push the problem away. Trust me, you're not alone in that sense," he said with a comforting smile. "But you can't run forever. Eventually, it will catch up to you, like it did a few days ago." "Dr. Maruki, how did you cope? With your problems, I mean?" I asked. He chuckled. "I met someone. Back when I was still a school counselor, I was hired for about half a year. During that time, I met a student with incredible resolve, who ended up counseling me in the end. This student showed me that facing your grief is far more beneficial than hiding from it. Creating a world where you don't feel the pain of sorrow will only lead to more down the road. The best way to combat these occurrences is with a confidant you trust." "I see. Can I meet this person?" I asked. "Unfortunately, it feels like he's in another reality right now. However, his actions should not be brushed aside. Getting the help you need requires more than just a few simple words of encouragement or advice. Go to someone you can confide in and talk to them about it." "But what if the person you love, you also don't want to hurt? What if telling them only causes more pain?" I asked. "It might. I'm not saying it won't. But talking through it with someone you trust will be far more beneficial than talking it through with some stranger hired by the school," he joked. "But what if all I do is cause her more pain? I don't want her to cry anymore. I want her to be happy as she makes me feel whenever we're together. But what if that changes? What if she hates me when I tell her what I've done?" I'll think about it. Thank you, Dr. Muraki, I said. Don't mention it. Just take what I said to heart. I can't do it for you, though that would make both our jobs easier, he laughed. Just give it a shot. I will. Bye. And with that, I left. I've been in counseling for a few days now. Since my breakdown in the nurse's office, Nizu has been sending me to him to try and help me. The first few visits were just him introducing himself and allowing me to grow comfortable enough to share. Unlike other counselors, he doesn't make me talk through my problems. He allows his patients to feel comfortable confiding in him and then guides them through the steps of working through what they're ready to discuss. And boy, is he good. I haven't talked to Nijire since I brought her to her room. I did follow her, though, and I saw how sad she was. She goes to class, doesn't try during hero training, and then retreats to her room for the rest of the day. It really hurts me seeing her like this, but I can't go and talk to her. I don't want her to cry again. But what if she's crying in her room? Then I'd just be enabling the tears. At least when I was with her, she smiled. I walked through the halls of the school, not even paying attention to where I was going. I just kept walking. Unfortunately, I saw Mirio walking the opposite way. He was alone, thank goodness, but that also meant no one was around to see us. I felt the punch before I could do anything about it. In a flash, I was on the ground, clutching my stomach in pain. I didn't fight back as the second punch came. I just let it happen. I deserve it. I made her cry. I'm making her cry. Mirio has every right to act on his threat. I lay on the ground, looking up at the ceiling, feeling completely empty inside. After the second punch, I saw Mirio look at me. I looked back and I think he saw how this was affecting me too. He sighed, laying down next to me on the hard tile. What happened? He asked. I can't stop making her cry. It hurts, and I can't make it stop, I confessed, my voice breaking at the end. He was silent for a moment, his lips pursed as he stared up at the ceiling. In the second grade, Nijire got a new stuffed animal from her mom. His name was Arnold, and he was a small white rabbit, he said. Wah, she would bring it to school every day, never leaving him at home. Though it was just a small toy, she loved that rabbit with all of her second-grade heart. She would spend all of recess pretending they were on an adventure together. He smiled, looking at me. But one day, Arnold got a small piece of dirt on him. It was tiny, and it could have been washed off easily. But Nijire, as soon as she saw that piece of dirt, started bawling her eyes out. She wouldn't stop crying until she passed out, and her parents were able to clean the bunny. What does that have to do with? I was getting to that. You see, Nijire really cares about you, way more than she cares about Arnold. So imagine her seeing you get injured, he said. So, what then? It just makes me feel worse, I replied. Just let me finish, he said patiently, and I fell silent. Even though Nijire cried over the bunny, the next day, she was the happiest I had seen her yet, like nothing happened. That's just how she is. She cares about them and hates to see when something bad happens to them. But she's even happier when she sees them all better. He continued, right now, she is suffering because she doesn't know if you're okay or not. Distancing yourself from her will only make her hurt worse. And seeing as how you didn't fight back, I think you feel as bad as she does over this. How do I fix it? I asked. You need to talk to her. Tell her that you're okay and that you're incredibly sorry. And make sure you don't do anything like that again, he finished. Thank you, Mirio, I said. No problem. And, Izuku. Try to restrain yourself, okay? I don't need to be an uncle just yet, he teased. A small blush flared on my face. Alright, okay. And with that, he left to go do what he was doing. I'll try to talk to her. Okay, maybe not the worst life in the history of lives. But it's definitely up there with the bad ones. My boyfriend hasn't talked to me since I saw him in the hospital room, and I haven't seen him around campus, either. I just want to talk to him. I want to make things right, whatever I did wrong. That's a funny word to call him. Boyfriend, it's not like he's undeserving of that title. Far from it. In fact, I wouldn't have found a better boyfriend if I tried. At least, I think so. He's so sweet. And even though he's technically a villain, I've never felt like he's really shown that side to me. Obviously he has, seeing as how I met him when he was still active. Technically, the only reason why he isn't active is because of me. Maybe that's why he's upset with me? Is it because he's having villainous withdrawals? Does he need to go rob a bank to feel better? Although I don't condone those types of things, I think Guac and I would make an exception if it's necessary. Right, Guac? I looked over at him. He sat motionless on my bed, slightly squashed from where I was hugging him a few moments prior. Thanks, Guac. You always know what to say. Unlike me, I just cry. When Izuku woke up, I think he may have felt guilt for getting hurt during the hero training. Especially after seeing me. I guess I could have prevented that, had I thought rationally instead of bawling my eyes out in fear about him being severely hurt. Why do I always make situations worse? I can't just stay strong when people need me. I just make them feel worse. Or maybe it's because he's found another girl in the hero course. And he isn't seeing me because he's a delinquent who itemizes girls like me. No, that's not Izuku. The Izuku I know would probably just be feeling sad about making me cry. And if I could just find him, I could tell him not to worry about me, and that I just overreact to a lot of things. And that he didn't hurt me by being so reckless. A knock on my door broke my train of thought, and I groaned at the thought of getting out of bed for anything. Groggily, I trudged along my room, making sure to take my sweet time so whoever was there would either leave or make things short when I finally arrived. I opened my door to see Mirio staring back with his signature cartoonish smile. Hey, Mopey. He teased. I'm not in the mood today, Mirio. What do you need? I asked, rubbing my eyes. It's about Izuku. I grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him into my room. He looked startled, probably by both my reaction and how I was able to lift him, even though he's probably close to twice my weight. Talk. I said. All right. Geez, Nijire, I didn't think you were so interested in Dash. Put a sock in it, buddy. How is he? I asked sternly, cutting his teasing off. I wasn't one to get super serious, since it always makes me feel bad afterward. Mirio knows this especially, because he's seen countless times where, after making a point or intimidating people, I always apologize profusely. But not this time, I guess. He's not doing too well. He's super depressed about the effect he had on you when he got hurt. He said, making my heart plummet. So it was about my reaction. I took a small sigh of relief that it wasn't because he was cheating on me this early into the relationship, though that small victory was short-lived when it came to the actual reasoning. It is my fault. He shouldn't be feeling sad about my overreaction, and yet it's the primary cause of his distance. He really cares about me that much, huh? That he would go against his wishes to make me happy. Well, it really only made me cry harder, but at least it was something. Oh gosh. I can't believe I messed up this bad. I yelled into my hands, which were firmly pressed against my face. It's okay though. I explained how you overreact over things and people you love, so he understands that it wasn't completely his fault. He said, Oh, that's so good. Mirio, how did you explain it to him? I asked, my blood flaring in heat. The rabbit story. What? No. Why, you snoofleblooper? I screamed, throwing one of my pillows at him before burying my head in guac. He just chuckled. Really, Nay? The last time you used that word was, like, 3rd grade. He said, rubbing the back of his head. It's your fault. What did he say? I asked, pouting through my loyal guardian avocado plush. He laughed with me and he got the gist of the story. All in all, I think it was a win. He said. What happened after that? I asked, really curious to see if he was planning on seeing me sometime soon. Well, after that, we both got up and I left to come here. He said. Got up? Got up? From where? Where was he? I asked. The floor. He said nervously. Why were you on the ground? I asked. Well, I may or may not have punched him to the ground, and then when I saw that he was really sad, decided to help him out. What? What the heck, Mirio? I yelled, throwing my valiant warrior fruit at him to promptly express my frustration. Listen, Nijire. I told him that if he hurt you, I would make him pay. With the way you'd been acting, I thought he did something. He defended. I mean, he isn't wrong. He did say that, I guess. Did he fight back? I asked. Nope. He took the first punch, although I know he saw it coming. And then I threw another punch, which he could have easily avoided if he wanted to. I think he thought he deserved what I was doing, so I stopped and talked him through what he was feeling a bit, he said. Oh gosh, Izuku. Did he say he was coming? I asked. He sounded like he was planning on it. I don't know when though. I just came here to ask you how you were doing and to tell you he might be coming so you can freshen up a bit. He shrugged. I looked down at myself. I had a slightly loose black tank top on that I had been wearing for who knows how long, and a matching pair of short black exercise shorts. Thanks for the warning. I'll clean my room and take a shower before he comes over, if he does at all, I said with a small smile. Anytime. Oh, and I made sure to tell him that I don't want a niece or nephew yet, so I leapt out of my bed with a large blush and smacked him upside the head, earning a small grunt from the cartoonish boy. He left after that, and I sighed as I closed the door. I guess I should freshen up my room, just in case he comes soon. Walking over to the window, I opened the curtains and released the hatch, keeping it shut, letting it fly open. I was met with cold air as it swept into the room, and I shivered as my entire body felt the breeze. I quickly changed out of my outfit and took a second to nitpick at the imperfections on my body through a full-length mirror in my closet. I sighed and petted my hair over the small imperfections in my form, letting the periwinkle locks drape over the small marks from training. I sighed again and stepped out of my closet, feeling the cold breeze glide in between the folds of my clothes. I shivered, making haste toward my dorm shower. I grabbed a towel and threw it on the towel rack before hopping in the shower and turning it on. After I finished drying myself off, I sat back in my chair and hugged my plush avocado. What if he breaks up with me? What if he comes here to end things because he doesn't want to feel guilty about it anymore? I asked him. He stayed motionless in my arms, the air filled with silence. Yeah, you're right. He wouldn't do that. If anything, he'll come here to apologize and then we'll hug and be back to normal again, I replied. The plush avocado remained still, and I squished him into a hug. I don't know, Guac. What if we do more than hug? I asked. Silence. No, I don't think I'd be ready for that yet. The crickets were ever present in the room. But it did feel really good when I was on top of him. I agreed. Yeah, you're right. I could at least try to kiss him. It would be my first, so I want to make it special. Maybe I could bake something? No response. You're right, Guac. I would probably just burn it. Maybe I could take him somewhere. The avocado seemed to agree. No, you're right, then we would have to be watched. Wait, that's it. Needs it. I can call him to ask what I should do. Thanks, Guac. I squeezed him a bit harder and put him down. I picked up my phone and decided to call Nizu about this. Dialing his number, I suddenly got very nervous, but I brushed it off and prepared for the call. Hello. His happy voice called out. Principal Nizu. I have a question. I said. Miss Hato. What a pleasant surprise. Is this about a date with Izuku? He asked. Well, I was wondering what to do for him. He's still sad about being reckless during training, and I want to do something nice for him, I explained. There was silence for a moment before he spoke up again. It seems Izuku is headed towards the third-year dormitories right now. Is there anything you could do in maybe 5 minutes? He asked. Izuku is coming now? As in, to see me? In the dorms? What should I wear? Can you tell me what would be good to wear? For what type of situation? He asked. Casual, formal, or perhaps more intimate? I blushed at the last suggestion. But maybe that would be a good idea? The last one, please. Gosh, I'm so nervous all of a sudden. What are you currently wearing? He asked. And nothing. I just got out of the shower. Okay. Put on a plain white tee and a pair of black dolphin hem shorts. Is the black from the bra slightly showing through the tee? He instructed, walking me through the process as I put the outfit on. Yeah, I'm done. Good. You should be all set then. Good luck, and make sure to be responsible, should anything happen. And with that, he left me with a huge blush on my face. What am I doing? Am I seriously ready for this? It's fine. It'll be fine. We just won't go all the way. What if he's coming to break things off? Or what if he's still really sad about what happened? This is all so confusing. What do you think, Guac? I asked, looking over to him. The room couldn't have gotten more silent if it tried. What? No. The avocado stared at me with his small eyes and smile. But what if it does? What if I'm not good enough for him? I asked. He continued to smile in all his avocado glory. No. You're right, Guac. I am overthinking this. I just have to smile, and everything will go back to the way it was. Izuku's POV. After receiving the pep talk from Mirio, I went back to my dorm to get ready. What if she's mad at me for being away? Who am I kidding? She's definitely mad. I sighed as I changed out of my regular suit. What would make her feel better? I fiddled with the UI on my watch before pressing the call button. Hello. Principal Nizu? Can I ask your advice on something? I asked. Why, hello, young man. Yes, what do you need? He asked enthusiastically. What could I do for Nijire that would make her happy? Silence fell over the other line for a few seconds. What is it you are trying to resolve, if anything? He asked, though he knew why I was calling him. It's about me making her cry. I want to do something special for her, but I'm not sure what. Can you help me? I pleaded. He thought for a moment. I would go to her dorm and apologize for being reckless. Though that way isn't as grand as, say, a declaration of love from the top of the school before skydiving off towards her. Our budget is a bit too tight for that. Sorry. No need to apologize. I wasn't requesting anything big. Actually, the smaller things would probably mean a little more, I responded. In that case, I'll notify Miss Kayazaki about you making amends, and she can donate a rose from her garden to you. Put on the blue button-up and black jeans with the black belt, he instructed. Well, I hope things go well in general. Thank you for telling us about the League of Villains, by the way. We have many of them in custody, except for a few who escaped when we arrived, he said. Wait, more than just Kurojiri got away? I asked. Yes. A girl with a messy blonde bun and a teenager with multiple scars on his body. Now, I have another person trying to call me, so I'm afraid I have to cut this interaction short. Good luck. And with that, the line went dead. I wonder who was calling him. I followed his instructions about clothing, putting on what I needed to. I quickly teleported outside, not wanting to deal with my classmates. I eventually found a small garden behind the 1B classrooms. There, I found a girl with long green hair, who gave me a single red rose. I thanked her and started towards the 3A dorms. I hope this goes well. In all my life, I have never been as nervous as I was in that moment. I wasn't this nervous after I lost my mother. I wasn't this nervous when I was first hunted by the heroes. Who would have thought those two pale in comparison to talking to a girl, of all things? I was a villain for crying out loud. And yet, as I approached her dorm room, I almost couldn't quell my heart as it beat out of my chest. What am I going to say? What if she doesn't let me come in? What if she decides to cut her losses and never talk to me again? Is she even here? I mean, it's the evening, so she's probably out with friends or something. Yeah. I'll just come back later when she's here. I brought a hand up and slapped it across my face, focusing my thoughts for a moment. She probably is here. Mirio said she doesn't really leave her dorm room anymore, except for classes. She wouldn't be anywhere else. I slowly brought my hand up, curling it into a small fist. I let it sit just above the door for who knows how long. I looked down at the rose given to me by that nice girl in the garden. A appealing, thornless rose, with perfectly groomed petals curled around the small bud. I took in a shaky breath and knocked on the door. I heard a small gasp from the other side, followed by some shuffling. I tensed as the footsteps grew louder from behind the door. She was so close. She was just behind the door. I could almost reach her. The footsteps stopped just as they reached the door, the figure not 2 meters in front of me. Is she rethinking answering? Does she know who it is? Does she not want to answer? But then, ever so slowly, the knob on the door started turning. I expected the door to make a sound, but, like the rest of my world in that moment, I heard only silence. Nijire? My eyes met with her stunning blue orbs, which watched hesitantly as she made herself visible from behind the half-closed door. The hallway I was in disappeared, my brain only registering her, as my infatuation with her eyes slowly overtook me. She stepped out of her room, her hair cascading around her. My gaze shifted to take in her simple white shirt and black shorts. I felt a rush of warmth as I noticed the outline of her shirt, but quickly looked away. My mind went blank and I struggled to find my voice. My eyes dropped to the rose in my hand, and I remembered why I was there. This is for you. I stuttered, offering it to her. She shyly accepted it, her fingers brushing against mine before she pulled her hand back. Holding the rose close to her heart, she let out a soft laugh. "Thank you," she said, her eyes sparkling as she gestured for me to follow her into the room. Entering her room for the second time, I noticed the warm light streaming in through the window. Her bed was neatly made, and the floor was clear of clutter. The room smelled sweet, like berry perfume. She plopped down on her bed and patted the spot next to her. I sat where she indicated, and we shared a moment of silence. "Izuku. Nijire." We both laughed softly, the atmosphere growing more comfortable. I motioned for her to continue, eager to hear her thoughts first. "I may ramble a bit, but I just want to get everything off my chest, okay?" she said, fiddling with her hands. I nodded, and she took a deep breath. "These past few days have probably been some of the worst days of my life," she confessed, making my heart sink. "All I've wanted is to be with you, to cuddle like we did after our first date. But I never got to see you. Mirio visited me today and said you thought it would be better for me if you weren't here. But that's not true. I wanted to see you," I said, feeling the weight of her words. "Don't apologize. Just let me finish," she interrupted, and I nodded slowly. "Mirio mentioned my stuffed rabbit from when I was a kid and how I overreact about things I care about. I shouldn't have cried when you were injured. You were ultimately fine. But my tears made you want to distance yourself from me. I should apologize too. I'm sorry I made you feel that way," I replied. We sat in silence for a moment as I processed her words. I noticed her tense up, likely bracing for a rejection. "Nijire, I think you should know why I became a villain and why I distanced myself from you," I said. She nodded, her eyes filled with concern. I shared my story, how I had been bullied, neglected, and abused, and how I had run away from home, becoming a villain in the streets of Mizudafu. I explained how I was taken in and given the means to become powerful, eventually joining the League of Villains until I met her. "When I first met you, I didn't know how to handle my feelings. In my 6 years as a villain, I was always told that attachment was dangerous. I had never needed a reason to protect myself, so when I saw how my actions affected you, I panicked. I ran from you and the guilt I felt when I saw your tears. I'm truly sorry for being reckless. I promise to be more careful in the future," I concluded. I heard a small sniffle beside me and saw a few tears fall into her lap. Before I could react, she hugged me tightly, pulling me back onto the bed. "I'm so sorry. No one should have to go through what you did," she whimpered, holding me close. I returned the embrace, and we stayed there for a long time, finding comfort in each other's presence. Should I say it? What if she didn't feel the same? "And Nijire?" She pulled away, looking at me with slightly glossy eyes. I love you." I said it with all the courage I could muster. Her face lit up with shock before breaking into the brightest smile. "I love you too, Izuku." With that, we hugged again, cherishing the words we had exchanged. Eventually, I pulled away, scooting back a bit on the bed to hold her close once more. We continued hugging for who knows how long, enjoying each other's company. After a few more minutes, she sniffed and pulled away, and I noticed the tears that had fallen from her cheeks. I brought my hand to her face and carefully wiped away the tears, caressing her cheek. She leaned into my touch. In that moment, I felt two things I hadn't really felt in quite a while. The first was total adoration for the girl in front of me. She really cares about me, and I can see it in her twinkling blue eyes. I care about her. The second was fear. Fear of losing her, fear of making her cry, and fear of rejection as I slowly leaned forward. I wanted our relationship to be perfect, and for her to enjoy this as much as I did. But what if she didn't? What if I pulled away and she was unsatisfied or angry? I noticed her lean in, a small smile on her face as she grew closer. We both paused briefly, feeling our lips brush against each other before finally connecting. How I felt in that moment was indescribable. Some might say it felt like fireworks shooting off in your body, while others might feel warmth as partners mold their body heat together. But really, it felt like all of those combined. She hummed slightly as our lips touched, sending a wave of warmth through my body. The inside of my chest felt like it was bursting with happiness. It was like that feeling when you finally get something you've been wanting for months. But it didn't go away. Even after we pulled back to catch our breath, those feelings intensified, yearning for the gentle touch of her lips against mine once again. I looked down, seeing her lips slightly parted, feeling her warm breath against my skin. The sparkle in her eyes and the light blush on her face as she stared into my eyes made my heart race. I couldn't take it any longer. I leaned in, pressing my lips against hers again, feeling that explosion of emotion erupt within me once more. My hands trailed up and down her back, moving around to grasp her waist as she giggled between kisses. "I love you so much," I whispered between kisses, making her face flush. When we closed the distance again, our tongues intertwined, a warm electricity passing between us as we explored each other's mouths. My grip on her waist tightened, pressing her closer to me. I wanted more. I lifted her off of me, earning a small squeak, and quickly flipped us over, lowering myself to press my lips against hers again. After a few seconds, I broke away, taking in the sight below me. Her half-lidded eyes sparkled as they met mine, glimmering in the light that seeped through her curtains. I marveled at her beauty, feeling heat rush through me as I observed how perfect she felt under me. "You're so appealing," I said, earning a small giggle from her. My hands lowered down her outer thigh, running up the side of her body to intertwine my fingers with hers. I pressed my lips against hers again, deepening our embrace as I felt her gasp softly against my face. I detached my hands from hers, gliding them down to her wrists. I tenderly grasped her wrists, dragging them just above her eye level, before pressing firmly against the sheets. "Izuku!" Her voice wore a teasing tone as we broke away, giggling as she tried moving her wrists, to no avail. I lowered my lips to hers, feeling a smirk form against them as the beauty under me looked mischievously at me. "I didn't think you were into this kind of thing," she teased between breaths. Blushing, I loosened my grip a little. "Is this okay?" I asked. She nodded, her eyes briefly flicking down to the unbuttoned part of my shirt. "Just be gentle," she whispered teasingly, her eyes staring at my lips. I responded by tightening my grip on her wrists, earning a small sound from her. I lowered myself on her lips, giving her a long kiss as I pressed her against the sheets. I pulled away for just a second, before pressing my lips against the side of hers. I looked into her eyes as I brushed my lips along her cheek, slowly and gingerly lowering my lips along the side of her neck. She turned her head to the side, her mouth slightly agape as I pressed my lips against her warm skin. She shuddered against my touch, a soft sound escaping her throat. I gently lifted my grip from my hands, moving her hands above her head, before applying pressure to both arms with a single hand. My free hand caressed the other side of her neck as I left slow, tender kisses along her skin. "Izuku." She murmured my name as I brushed my lips down her skin, before resting affectionately on the crook of her neck. I felt her squirm a bit from my touch, and I smiled against her. "You like that?" I teased. She let out a small whimper as I breathed against her skin. I went back up to leave a soft, gentle kiss on her lips, before making my way down to her collarbone, leaving a small trail of kisses along her neck. "Izuku," she murmured again as I circled my tongue around the space between her neck and collarbone, and I felt her shiver when I touched my lips against the sensitive spot. Her breath was short, the rise and fall of her chest growing faster as I continued to kiss her. My hand trailed down to her waist, grasping it as I intertwined our lips again. She hummed in relief as I soothingly rubbed my hand against her waist. Breaking the kiss, I looked back into her eyes. "Izuku." Her brows furrowed as I met her gaze, the shimmering orbs looking around my face, waiting for a response. Is everything alright? I asked her, lifting my arm off of her wrists. She looked away. I don't think I'm ready to go all the way yet, she confessed, not looking at me. She had a slightly afraid look. Oh, so that's what this is about. Hey, is this about the teasing with Principal Nizu? I asked, and she nodded. If it makes you feel any better, I wasn't going to go all the way either, I assured. She sighed in relief, relaxing against the mattress. Oh, that's good. She smiled. I mean, don't get me wrong. I really want to. It's just. She trailed off. You don't have to worry, Nijire, I assured. I want to wait. At least for a bit longer. She smiled. Okay then. I lowered my head back down to hers, taking her lips in mine. She sighed into the kiss, her now freed arms wrapping around my neck to deepen the kiss. After a few seconds, we broke away to catch our breath, staring into each other's eyes as the tension slowly faded. Looking at the time, I realized the school's curfew was almost here. I never got to stay over at your room that night. Do you think, yes? Please. She quickly exclaimed, before clapping a hand over her mouth. I laughed. Well, I guess that settles it. I reluctantly climbed off the bed to grab a few blankets that fell off, before immediately climbing back on. Nijire scooted over and patted the space next to her, before laying down away from me. Throwing the blankets over her, I then climbed in behind her and wrapped my arms around her, snuggling into the crook of her neck. She hummed in approval, settling into my arms. My mind replayed all our time together. From the day we first met on top of that roof, to the courtyard. Telling her about me being a villain, and our first date. The morning after, where we both didn't want to leave each other's arms. And, finally, our reunion. The day I proclaimed my love for her. My smile grew as I held her closer. I love you. I whispered into her ear. Thought I love you too. She whispered back, before relaxing again into my arms. And at that moment, for the first time in my entire life, I felt truly, utterly complete. How are you feeling, Deku? Kaken stood in the doorway, leaning against the wooden outline of the door and looking dapper in his new suit. Incredibly nervous. I let out an awkward chuckle and clenched my hands together, looking back down at the floor. Ever since that day when I first told Nijire I loved her, we've been practically inseparable. We did everything together, from eating to shopping to sleeping. She even came to Dr. Maruki's office with me to help me through my feelings. In just a few short months, I graduated from the Villain Rehabilitation Program and joined the rest of Class 1A in the Hero course. It didn't take long for Kaken to figure out who I was. Oh man, the look on his face was priceless. He apologized for what he did when we were younger, though only after I beat him in a head-to-head fight, which I was purposely holding back in so Nijire wouldn't make a fuss. Since Nijire was a third year, she graduated 2 years before I did. However, Nizu, being the amazing leader he is, gave her permission to stay on campus with me. I often went on patrols with her, which was a good way to spend extra time together while also earning credit for my work. It was a good thing I did go with her because we ran into one of my old clients, Overhaul, with a crying, bandaged little girl. He didn't expect us, and we were able to arrest him, taking the child back to UA. Her name was Eri, and she was the cutest, sweetest little sunshine child I had ever seen. Nijire and I immediately asked for custody over her, and Nizu agreed. A few months later, she became our daughter, and we loved her more than anything. When I finally graduated, we bought an apartment together and have been living as a family ever since. I went on to become a hero alongside her, reaching the number 2 spot on the hero leaderboards, second only to Mirio. One day, I finally decided to propose. I was so nervous, but I had the perfect plan. I asked Yayorozu to make Eri a shirt that said, "Will you marry Daddy?" and gave it to Kurojiri for when I had everything set up. Kurojiri became a father figure in both Nijire's and my life, as neither of us had an actual dad anymore. He and Nijire became especially close, sharing a fondness for people watching and analytics. Kurojiri became Eri's favorite person besides us and would always take her to the places she learned about at school. I asked him to take her around Muzutafu while I went out with Nijire, like we usually did. We went out for lunch before heading to a small park on the outskirts of the city, where we took Eri to play with her friends. We strolled around the park, enjoying each other's company, before Kurogyari and Eri showed up, with Eri wearing the shirt. She ran up to Nijire and hugged her, excitedly showing off her cool new shirt Daddy got for me. "Why are you nervous?" Kaken asked me, stepping into the room and sitting next to me on the small bench. "Oh, I don't know, Kaken. What if I mess up along the way, or what if I'm not a good husband?" "Are you serious?" he asked, slightly bewildered. "You've been practically married to her since you were 16. The only thing changing between you two is her last name and a title. What is so nerve-wracking about that?" At that moment, Mirio decided to pop in. "What are you guys arguing about now?" "The nerd's getting nervous," Kaken yelled. "Why?" Mirio asked, a confused look spreading across his face. "That's what I don't get," Kaken yelled back. Mirio stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. "Why are you nervous?" "Oh, I don't know, what if I mess something up?" He looked dumbfounded at me. "That's it?" I nodded. "Well, that has to be the worst reason I could ever imagine." "I know, right?" Kaken agreed. "Listen, Izuku. You've been doing this for how long? You haven't managed to drive her away yet, so why be so nervous about it?" "That's what I've been saying." Kaken smacked me upside the head, and I rubbed it defensively. "You're going to be a great husband, Izuku. Hell, you already are. And you're going to be a great father to Eri as well," he assured, sitting on the other side of me. Kaken and Mirio both put a hand on my back. "Thanks, guys," I said. "You can thank us by going out there and having a blast with your soon-to-be wife." "You only get one of these days, you know," Mirio replied with a wink. "Just hurry up and go, man. We'll make sure you don't mess this up, so come on." Kaken lifted me up and practically pushed me out of the room. All right, geez." I laughed and we all walked down to the main hall. "Do you have your vows?" Mirio asked. "Yep. I sure hope they're good." I chuckled nervously. "Stop doubting yourself, you nerd." He hit me over the head again. Sorry. Time skip. "Are you ready?" Mirio whispered in my ear. "As ready as I'll ever be," I whispered back, a pit forming in my stomach. We were standing in front of many pro heroes, including my friends from the hero courses. Aizawa stood towards the back, holding Eri, who was wearing a cute light blue dress. On my left stood Mirio, Kaken, and Kirishima, all donned in matching formal attire. To my right were 3 of Nijire's friends in matching dresses. The nerves were incredibly powerful as my mind raced through all the different negative possibilities of how I could potentially mess up our future together. I was a villain, after all, like many pro heroes often remind me. How could I possibly not make things worse? The lights dimmed, causing my heart to leap. Luckily, I had become quite good at hiding my emotions during my time on the streets, so almost no one noticed. But I sure did. Mirio noticed, too, as he placed a comforting hand on my shoulder before stepping back with the others. Everyone rose, turning to the large wooden doors at the front of the room. After a moment, they opened. My breath caught in my throat as my gaze landed on her. The first thing I saw was her eyes. It's always her eyes. Glimmering blue invaded my entire being, just like every time my eyes met hers. The next part that captivated me was her soft smile. Although nervousness was present on her face, it was mostly overshadowed by her excitement that radiated off her body and filled the room. And then came her dress. Vibrant bluebell silk flowed over her delicate form in gentle waves. Lining the bust were intricately crafted silk roses, and the dress itself perfectly complemented her figure. I looked back into her eyes as she stood in front of me, letting go of Kurogyari's glove as he passed her to me, giving me a small wink before stepping aside with Aizawa. I saw Eri wave at him with her small hand, and a smile curled on my face as I watched the interaction. Turning back to Nijire, I grasped her delicate hands in my own, preparing for Nizu to officiate the ceremony. "Now, if you may please read out our vows to each other. Izuku, you may start." I shakily reached into the pocket of my dress breathes to pull out the piece of paper I had written them on. Taking a deep breath, I began reciting the words. Nijire Hado. Your eyes captivate me every time I look into them, and your smile is something I could never tire of. You came into my life when I had already given up on change and accepted the life I was forced into. You made my life so much better. You are the reason I'm able to say, with confidence, that I am okay. You bring such joy into my life and have made me the happiest man in the world by agreeing to share your life with me. I promise to always love you for who you are and who you become. I promise to stop being reckless and to think through my actions before doing them. And most importantly, I promise, with every bone and every fiber of my being, that I will love you, cherish you, and be loyal to only you for the rest of my life. I finished. Nijire wiped away a stray tear trickling down her smiling face before turning to one of her friends and asking for a folded piece of paper. They handed it to her and she slowly opened it. Izuku Midoriya. How incredibly lucky am I to have you in my life. You love me as I am and complete me in ways I never knew possible. You helped me through the roughest point in my life, to where my smile only fell when I could no longer feel your presence beside me. From this day forth, I promise to listen to you and learn from you, to support you and accept your support. I will celebrate your successes and mourn your losses as though they were my own. I will love you, my husband, and rejoice in your love for me for all the years of our lives. Pidatus. Guak approves. She finished, giggling at the last part, and I joined her. Izuku Midoriya, do you take Nijire Hado to be your wife? Nizu asked. I do, I said. And do you, Nijire Hado, take Izuku Midoriya to be your husband? I do, she said, practically bouncing in place. Then, by the power vested in me, I now pronounce you, husband and wife. Izuku, you may now kiss your bride. And so I did. The rush I felt was unlike any of our other kisses. While our previous kisses were filled with passion and need, this one felt like a signing off of sorts. It felt like I was saying goodbye to my old life, leaving it behind to venture into this new, appealing one. It felt like I was unlocking another part of me, one filled with splendor and love, the likes of which I'd never experienced before. But most importantly, it felt like the start of a new chapter. Not just more chapters in this book. I was talking about a new chapter in my relationship with the woman I love. Nijire Midoriya. The woman who saved me, made me a better version of myself, and whose love makes me the happiest I've ever been. When we finally separated, and I stared once again into her shimmering blue eyes, all the nervousness about our new life and the fear of messing up what we have flew right out of my body. Replacing it was the feeling I get whenever I'm around my wife, the feeling of being totally, utterly complete.